That's fine. Just we'll work with that today. It's very cosy in here. Thank you so much for all coming and finding a spot, and feels very homely. Right. Pātaka ki te hau ki te tū. Pātaka ki te tonga. Kia mākina ki te tonga. Kia mātaka ki te tonga. E nui ana te atu. E tira, e huka, e hau, tihe, nō ora. Kia ora. Welcome, welcome everybody. We are obviously being live streamed, so welcome to the people on live stream and everybody in the room here. So good to see you all. Thank you for finding a spot. And to the board members and to staff as well. We kind of here at the Banks Peninsula Community Board, we roll like this is our lounge where you're sitting right now. So if you're sitting here, just sit back, relax, listen, enjoy. If you have got a time slot or a speaking part, don't worry about that until we call you up. We're very friendly, we smile. And then up at the table here, it's like the dining table. This is where the talking happens. And that way it's very friendly and it's very fair. So I hope that you find that is the case. Let's start the day with a special way that we don't normally have. I'm very excited about this. I need to find a sheet of paper. We have got a Community Services Award to award to somebody who's very special. Tione, come on up.
We've pulled it away from this post.
Yes, I know, we're interfering with your work, so we will do this as quickly as possible. Come over here. Oh. This is all good for you, but you're going to stand here and smile. I'm just going to read a little bit about you so everybody in the room knows what's going on. Today we want to take a moment to acknowledge an individual who's made a real difference in the Little River community, Tione, our local postie. Not only does Tione deliver our mail with a friendly wave, and he does waves a lot, but he's also gone above and beyond to help deliver important information throughout our community. Notices, newsletters, and consultation documents to every household, many times keeping us all in the loop. But that's not all. Tione is a big part of our local volunteer fire brigade for many years. He also manages our bustling community centre. He helps organise the annual Anzac Day events, and he's a talented musician, serenading us at numerous community events, and he supports our local rugby and jiu-jitsu clubs, and the list goes on. Tione, you're a true legend. Your selfless volunteer efforts have touched the lives of so many residents, and we're super grateful. Thank you for being an amazing member of our community.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. What a lovely way to start the day. All right, moving on to more homework type stuff. So apologies for today. We've got an apology from Luana Swindell. Is there any other apology? All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder? I'll move it and a seconder. Tyrone. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Thank you. I moved it. Tyrone seconded. Declarations of interest. I have to note 2 interests of there for me for Strengthening Communities Fund for the Little River Wairua Community Trust, and I just noting that I'm a neighbour for the Little River Walkway deputation that we'll be doing today. Anybody else got anything they'd like to add now? Please note as we go on that they may come up and to let us know at the time. Thank you very much. Confirmation of previous minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Okay. All those in favour? Sorry, mover was Asa, Tyrone, seconder. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the public forums. Fantastic. Little River Walkways. Janet, please come on up, make yourself comfortable at the front. Wow.
Old way of doing things. This is one that I dug out from 2 years ago. And the walkway I want to talk about today is this one here.
Can you point out where we are right now?
Yeah, so here we are over here, and the playground's over here. So this is the bit that I'm talking about up here, the idea was to go to a lookout at the top here. Fantastic view. So this is a long shot, but I thought it was worth a bit of investigation. From 2017 to 2020, the Little River Area Community Trust, Little River locals and council staff pursued the idea of creating a walkway track from Little River Village Centre to a lookout point near the top of Council Hill Road, which had been proposed as part of the Little River Big Ideas Community Plan, which I hope you all know about. The walkway was to run along Paper Road. At the time, there was some opposition from adjacent owners, and so it's decided to concentrate on a walkway to the Akana River down this way. But that also was subsequently thwarted due to land ownership issues. Why I'm here today is recently I heard that a logging company is about to start logging at the top of council, beyond the top of Council Hill Road, next to the council, I think beyond the council water treatment works. I'm not quite sure exactly where it is. They intend to run their logging trucks up and down Council Hill Road. So if you know Council Hill Road, it's marked on here. I'll just show it on there. That's the top, and then it comes down like this, and you can see it's very windy. It's also narrow and steep, so not ideal for logging trucks. I don't know, that's all I know about the logging. I just read it on Facebook. It may well be too late, but I was wondering whether there's now opportunity for a good outcome. If the paper road could be upgraded sufficiently for logging truck access to the logging site, this would take the trucks off of Council Hill Road. Once logging's finished, then the logging track could be utilised as a walking track. So it's just two things have come together, and I just wondered whether there was any mileage in it. So I guess what I'm asking is Council Road and staff to be asked what they know. And, you know, I don't know what consents you need for logging, but presumably earthworks, I don't know about the roading side of it. So whether council roading staff have been involved, and then a conversation with the owner to see what stage they're at, whether it's at all feasible. Right?
Yeah, thanks for that. It's very distressing. I think all that wonderful work you've done on that track, and it might be impacted on those roading. I really am very anti-pines in logging on the peninsula as it is. I don't think any of the roads are sufficient for logging trucks on the peninsula. Yeah, I'm very supportive of what you're doing, and very good questions to ask.
All right.
Sorry, Janet, where's the paper road you're referring to?
It's behind the playground. It's actually Barclays Road.
Oh, there, I see on the map.
Yeah,
Sorry.
see, so it goes, if you went to the end of Barclays Road,
yeah,
and then it goes along where the dog exercise area is. It's along the other side of the fence from there, and then it goes up behind the houses in Council Hill Road. So the houses on this side would have logging trucks at the back instead of logging trucks at the front.
Okay, cool, thank you. Probably just a quick just to sort of reiterate Nigel's point, like it's very all over the peninsula. We've got these issues with logging absolutely destroying the roads. Do we know if the logging trucks are going to be using council road?
Well, they are.
They
I
are.
think that's the plan. Would you like staff to investigate in
I think
response
so.
to
Yeah.
Jenny's public
Yes.
forum?
Yeah, queries around the consent and communication with roading staff and implications. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's kind of a bigger issue here,
Mm.
I think, at play, but it's outside of the scope of this
Mm.
public forum. But yeah, just on terms of peninsula roads and logging trucks, and how much it costs us to maintain roads that are being destroyed by logging.
Yes.
Our staff are well aware of the logging companies, proposed logging operations, and they are meeting up them shortly. So
Well, that
it's
is
really become an operation.
Excellent to hear. Yes, thank you.
Great.
Good.
Thank you for
Perfect.
bringing that to us,
Yeah.
so we can follow that through more.
yeah, we did a lot of work and it all came to nothing, so.
Yes, yeah, we'll see how we go.
Part of what happened when we explored that was that there were residents of council who were not keen at all on having a walkway
No,
up there.
yeah, they might prefer a walkway to logging trucks going down their road though.
Thank you, Janet, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janet.
The board are requesting information about consent and what communication has been sent to roading staff, and query if there's any opportunity to investigate that at the road access.
The communications, it'll be a resource consent for the logging, so staff will be well aware of. Yeah, but that's, yeah, so we'll
Report back to us, the community board. Just clarify what's happening, that'll be great. Yeah, that's okay. That's it, thank you. Okay, we've got Graham Christie coming to talk to us. Let us know what you're coming to talk to us about.
Okay, this is the forum with Meet the Mayor that happened at the end of last month. Just sort of give feedback from that. That was a really good thing. If you can pass up the chain of whatever happens in the council sort of thing to try and encourage more of those things.
We don't know that.
What's that?
We don't know that, Bruce.
It was honestly, on many levels, it was a really good thing.
Yeah.
And just trying to give encouragement to do more of that thing there. You're able to speak with the Mayor Phil and the Deputy Mayor and his right-hand man Boyd. When I was talking to them, I had a sort of a little bit of a mission. I was trying to initiate starting a conversation on how council can improve. I'll take the glasses off. How the council can improve its interactions with residents. So this is to improve the experience from the community working with staff, not the community board, but staff itself. So I was trying to initiate a conversation about improving the experience sort of thing. And this, I could see it just by making minor revisions to the current procedures and practices that that are sort of like implemented or carried out right now would make a huge difference from the community's point of view and how we experience interacting. And you may even save some money. There's an opportunity there to utilise when there's subjects. You get people in the community who experts live in the communities. That's where they live. Where you may be able to utilise their passion and energy to assist staff in whatever they're working on, sort of thing. So I've actually got an ask of you guys, and that is any suggestions for how to get the ball rolling on improving, unless the system is perfect and there's no room for improvements. There'll be a room, I suspect, I know there's room for improvements, but suggestions from you guys on how we can make it better for the community interacting with staff on various items. Liz has got my email or something like that, and I'm more than willing to talk to you privately and separately because I've got a big agenda today. And so I'll come and meet and talk to you if you sort of want to have a private talk sort of thing. But I believe there's a strong thing for improvement. Okay, so that was pretty much it. If you want any questions, you can ask.
Now's a good time. Tyrone's got a question.
Cool, thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Graham. Thanks
Yep.
for coming to see us. So, what's the? Can you give me an example of like what's kind of gone wrong? Like I'm sort of.
Oh, okay. For
kind of
improving,
led on-
some ideas for improvement.
Well, so what has happened in your interaction that have led you to believe that it's going badly?
Okay, this is built up over almost about 10 years now on several issues. I don't want to go into specific issues because that's not for now.
Oh, that's cool.
That's a bit later on. But staff tend to treat the community, and I'm not talking about staff here sort of thing, staff in camp, as a tick box. We're sort of like, we really feel like we're an obstacle. We're sort of like troublemakers.
Right.
We're in the way of making things happen.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. And the council, I fully understand that their staff members, they've got a job to do. Their job is to achieve this. This is on my desk. I've got to try and get this through. And so this is what they're trying to do. And let's push the community aside a little bit and try and push it through. And that is a very strong feeling. And there's just little things that could happen. For instance, in fact, not talking about things here sort of thing, but for instance, Papanui, Elwood, Horswell, in their meetings here, put the reports, like I'm doing a deputation later on a subject, and because of a technical issue, we didn't get it into Thursday sort of thing. And talking to Liz, it's nice for Liz to receive our things on Thursday is preferable to Friday, you know, and gives the time to give it out to you guys, gives time for you guys to have a look at them bits and pieces. But if we're receiving it halfway through Thursday, we're working through to 9, 10 o'clock on Sunday night, finishing what we're doing to talk to you today about it. Where Papanui, Horswell, Burwood, they put their things a week in advance. So on Monday, you can go online and have a look, and their things will be up on for the next one a week in advance, rather than 2 days or even less than 2 days in this instance. It just gives you more time to then, because we're a community thing, go back, talk to your neighbours, go talk to them. What do you think? What do you think? Can you please say that on our behalf? Can you please say this on our behalf, sort of thing? And then sort of like put something together. It just gives more time to sort of work rather than rush sort of thing. And you can get more considered. That's just one little wee small thing.
Yeah, and I know we find it frustrating at the community board too, trying, our main goal is to get engagement, to hear from the community.
Yes.
So that we can then pass it up the ladder, so to say.
And being from Purau, we're slightly different to other places around in that we've got a high batch owner content. Between batch owners and full-time residents, like the residents are sort of like a mix of the two. And batch owners, you can't talk over the fence to them. They're living elsewhere. It takes a while to actually communicate with a batch owner because they're away.
Yeah,
they're physically not there.
A bit more of a heads up with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's really hard to sort of try to talk to lots of people when they're living out of town and they're only. It would be really
good to explore this a little bit more.
I think there's a room to starting a conversation on this. It can only but improve things.
In any system, and
yes,
and it's about the people.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, totally agree. So unfortunately, thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Yep.
But I'm sure many of us would like to talk to you later on if possible.
Let's call my email. You can send an email back, and I'll meet with you.
Great.
Thank you for the time.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming today and bringing that up. That's fantastic. Really appreciate it. Right, moving on to deputations by appointment. So we've got, sorry?
So Pam sitting up there.
Oh, yes, Pam's online. Yes, yes, fantastic. This is in regards to our community managed facilities audit. And I just, as Nigel said, do we have Pam online? Hi, Pam.
Can you ask me to unmute?
If you could just unmute, please, Pam, that would be fantastic.
Okay, look, I'm sitting in the Sitting Council offices, so
Oh, funny.
I hope you can hear me, and there's quite a bit of background noise.
That's all
So
right.
are we all right?
Yep,
Yeah,
we're good.
you're the Pam.
Okay, so just before I start, can I just say how delighted I'm to see Pūrea on the road again. There are a lot of things on the community board agenda today that have been past community boards, particularly in my time, that we instigated. So it's lovely, and congratulations to the staff, because there's a huge agenda today, and what a task. Anyway, let me talk about Pigeon Bay Settlers Hall. Next slide. So in the document today is you talk about the facilities, and I want to talk about the Pigeon Bay Settlers Hall and the report that's in there. So I just want to give you a bit of background first. The community meets bi-monthly for meet and greets. Our majority of residents would run up the steps to collect the mail every day. It's an incredible community with a huge range of skills, you know, as professionals and volunteers. The community is committed and involved with many of the projects to maintain the hall. In fact, we roll up our sleeves, and you heard about an earlier project that we had where we were donated a kitchen, a newish kitchen, and we installed it ourselves with the support of the staff, of City Council staff working alongside us. And then I will just say that we do enjoy working with the City Council to complete projects. So the next slide. So this is about the community managed facilities, and it was done by an independent researcher and council staff just this year. Amazing opportunity for us to talk about the hall and what it means to us. So a number of us in the community spent the afternoon with the researcher, and the report outlines some superb background information, but there are some amendments, and I'd like you to consider those. So the report mentions considering a lease. We would rather see a MOU, and we find a way of making something that's simpler. A lease is legal, we know that, but there must be something else that we can find that would make us feel easier. So, you know, if we're going to lease the hall, we would expect that the hall would be up to standard. And so we know already that the hall doesn't meet earthquake standards. And in the next slide, I show that. No, sorry, it's down a bit further. They're in the group slides. Can we go back, Linda? Can we go back? That's it. Yes, but you'll see it down in the slides further down. The information that's on the hall wall, and then it also talks in our section about the hall, about coastal hazard assessment, and I've also included in the slides down further the building from Mr. Sheffield, that the building is 2 to 3 metres above any future estimated tidal events. But the road access to it may be an issue. But if there's going to be road access issues to a hall, we'll find a way. There'll be a paper raid somewhere, or we'll just cut the fence and go. And page 47 of the report reflects in our needs and priorities very well. So if we move just down there, you can see the photographs that we've done, the next lot of photographs, Linda. That is the supper room, with the old fireplace, and the next one is a photograph of what we've done, how we improved it. We were given the opportunity by the council to put in a new heat pump to replace an old safe wall heater. The CCC funded it, and it was installed by the community. And so you see the timber around that heat pump is from one of our old stores, or the old store that's next door to the hall, which is a magnificent outcome for that, and what a great improvement. So if we just move through the next slide, I think the next slide might be, yes, the earthquake prone building. And the next one might be from Michael Sheffield about the high tide levels. And then the last slide is the next one, is about an application that we've got in at the moment. And in the report, the management report that was done, it showed some of the work that we would have liked to do. And this is one of the repairs that we would like to do. It's on the outside, it's the sill, and it's deteriorating. And I just give you a bit of an outline there. So it's a community project down further down, or over the next month, that will come to the table. But I also want to say that, and it's not in the slides there, that the hall, we want it to be a community hub, and important for emergency events, whatever it might be, and the increasing importance as with all of us are addressing a major fault line earthquake. And we would like permission at some stage to put in a plug for a generator on the hall, but we will come back at a later stage with that. So there we are. There's my presentation. So Linda, you can take that down and we can look at me again.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay.
Just one comment.
Yes, Asif.
Yeah, thanks, Pam, for bringing that up. The same concern about it has been raised by some other communities instead of signing a lease, an MOU, so that they are more confident and they don't feel that they will be more liable. So Taran and myself had a meeting yesterday, and the same concern was raised in that meeting. And I reviewed that report by the researcher. Not many facilities or reserves are being run as a legal entity. And they all mostly seem to have an informal agreement with the council. So that's how it has been for quite some time. And I think it's a good learning outcome. Thanks, Pam.
Yeah, we would just like to know what we're responsible and what the council. We've always had an underlying agreement that the council would look after the south side and we would do the inside. So yes, we'd like to see something simple. Thank you.
I'm just going to check for a process question with staff. So in regards to this will play into the facilities audits, whether we, what we accept and what we don't. Would that be, I'm not preempting any decision here, but if we supported that request for MOE, would that have to come in as an amendment on that?
No, because that would be an operational response to it. So that's
okay, but it can be noted.
Absolutely
Noted as part of
it is noted.
Okay, it is.
Yeah, and it would be part of like every negotiation with the committee. It wouldn't just be us going, here, this is what you have to sign. It would be, how are we going to do this?
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. All right.
As a question for staff, do we know that if the Pidgeot Bay Hall is part of a renewals program at all, for any one of the?
That would be a question to ask Matt Pratt when we do the audit report.
Oh, yes, sweet.
Itself would be a really good question.
Sorry, note that for when we talk to Matt.
Yep.
Right. Thanks, Pam. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. It works anywhere, doesn't it?
Yes.
Done.
Thank you, Pam.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we've got Karen and Graham from Allendale Reserve Committee. Are you here? Come on up.
Yeah, we're saying exactly the same thing.
Thanks for coming today.
Okay, good morning. I'm Graham Burrell. I represent the Allendale community. I'm chairman of the Reserve Committee. I've come here because I'm concerned about our hall, and I think we need help with the community board to get it open. I want to get our hall open, and that's my main argument. And Karen's going to talk about how valuable the hall is to the community and the wider community as well. But the hall closed about 18 months ago because of too many E. coli in the water. And yet we have from the council for the setting up of the hall after the earthquake repairs, an undertaking that the council would maintain. There's a UV filter and decontamination unit and all the appropriate machinery that's meant to be maintained by the council and kept running. and look, we haven't had any clarity on what's going on, but we've had no water connection for 18 months. Therefore, we had to close the hall. There's a public toilet just near the hall, and that's been closed. The drinking fountain all closed off and the water disconnected. And this is going back 18 months. And we were told about a year ago that minor matter would be fixed up. And yet we've heard since some horrific sum for amending it. I'm not quite sure why. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. It seems to me there's some E. coli in the water. If there's a filtration unit, it should be functional and able to be overcome. The other issue has been a bit of decay in the flooring. And I think the council have looked at sort of remediating that by colossal expense of lifting the hall up and replacing all the joists and the flooring and everything else. And that would be feasible if we wanted the hall to be around for the next 50 years. We don't think it will be around for the next 50 years. It's an old hall, and we just want it open for the next, say, 2 or 3 decades, and we can get the floor fixed. We've got a quote for what's really needed just for those floorboards and joists that have decayed for about $65,000. And we think that, and we were told by the council almost 18 months ago that sort of funding was available and they would get on with it. Nothing happened. So my plea here is for the community board to find some mechanism to help us get the hall reopened. I think those are my main arguments in terms of what's needed, and we've been just, I think, held up by the concern, I think, from the council that because of the long-term future of the area in terms of sea level rise, that sort of thing, that why should the council invest a lot of money in a building that could be subject to sea level rise? But we're talking about this 30, 50 years away, and I can understand the council not wanting to invest into that sort of time scale, but I'm talking about just the next 2 or 3 decades, and just minimal expenditure so we can get the hall open and have it up and running again. So those are my main arguments, and I'm not quite sure why we aren't getting progress on it. And hopefully the community board can provide some access or mechanism to get things moving. So I'll get Karen to talk about the value of the hall to the community, and maybe if I remember something else, I'll come back again. We'll keep within our 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There've been many people and many groups have said to me that their strong view is that the hall is reopened for future use for at least another 20 or 30 years. I think one of the things that's really astounding is that nearly $900,000 was spent on earthquake repairs for it to be wasted. I find that really shocking when it would only take $65,000. And that's a quote from Swinard Floors to repair the floor. The whole thing doesn't need repairing. It only needs one end of it repaired and some ventilation put in. It's a very special venue. It's a memorial hall. It's a memorial hall for the local area, but also for Ngāti Wheki as well. It's a place of remembrance from the First World War. It's a place that's used. It's one of the only places that the schools can use where the parents and the children can come together. It's large enough, and it's in the centre of the harbour, so it actually works really well. A good example is Governor's Bay School had to go over to Kashmir in the last few weeks for an event that included parents because there wasn't enough space. When we have this hall that is sitting there for a minimal cost that could be repaired for over 20 years. And we do understand the limit on its use, 20 years, but 20 years is still quite a long time. So it's managed by us and it's run by us. It doesn't cost council anything. We run it as long with the community centre, which is actually, say, you can use a community centre, but it's actually much smaller. It is that next size up where we have weddings and funerals and community events that's outside a noise zone. But the important thing about it is affordability. I know that council staff have said, you can use Living Springs, but the cost difference between those two things is quite astounding. So, and we've deliberately kept it down for an affordability. It's used by the whole of Christchurch. It's not just locals as well for events. And I asked the person this morning running it, and she said last summer they had lots of requests, weekly requests for its use for this coming summer, but she's had to turn those all down because it's not open. So it's pretty sad. I think its other potential uses is very much like what Pam was talking about, is as a community hub in case of earthquakes. So it's a good size, and it has, it's there in the centre of a place that could be used well. So I think that's all I've got. So any questions?
Just a wee update. I had a call from Alma Sturgis on Friday. I've been talking to her. She's governor's. No, anyway, so she has been calling the council in regards to the toilet, and she's reported that it was repaired from Friday. So someone has been working with the water in there as well. So I don't know, but we will.
Yeah, I think the water's been repaired, hasn't it, Andrew?
Well, there's a whole new water pipe across the domain that they're having to put in because they found considerable leakage and they couldn't find the exact source. It was an old pipe, so they're thinking that might be the cause of the collide that's been found in the house, but I'm hoping that could potentially fix it up, but they've got to do additional testing once that's all finished.
I think the hall having that domain around it as well. It's one of the few places, like we have the Governor's Bay Fleet there. It's a fundraiser for the local area. Gives us two facilities, so it actually works very well.
Yeah, we totally acknowledge the frustration of the last 18 months.
And one part of council not talking to the other.
Yeah.
So a decision would be great. Thank you.
Just a couple of points. It's not only is it a community hub, it's a potential civil defence centre, but also it's the only major hall in the whole Littleton Harbour Basin. So it serves the local community is quite a wide-ranging, I guess, environment in terms of catchment of locals, and as Karen pointed out, it's also, when it was open, was regularly used by Christchurch people as well.
Great. Do we have any questions or comments from elected members?
You go for it. Yeah, 18 months, that is a long way. So what is the pressing issue that is taking so long?
That's
what we need
a question on this for the staff when the audit report comes up.
So it is on there.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah,
Write that down. So
I'm also on the coastal hazards panel, joining with others, and I think our feeling is that they're waiting to see what the outcome of that was, and so it's been sort of in a way used as a way of not raising the whole.
One question for staff. I can't remember off the top of my head if we've got any money tagged to Allendale Hall out of something like federal funding or anything like that.
That is one of the priorities.
Yeah.
In that report, but that will be next month.
Yeah. Okay. So that's something. The other thing is that are we aware of the council resolution from the LTP regarding options? And I mean, it's for the next annual. I'm going to read it out. So council requests staff to work with Governor's Bay Residents Association regarding options and works required to open the Allendale Hall to inform the capital required as part of the next annual plan process. So that's the next annual plan. So I would be hoping, my expectation would be that that staff would carry out that work with the community, in time for the draft annual plan when it comes to council in January.
Yeah, that's for July next year.
It is, Karen. But we'll use the levers we have.
We're working on it. We're trying, we're working to see what we
It's not
can
ideal.
do.
Thank you.
Yeah. I thank you for coming today because this helps with shuffling things forward. The facilities audit report is just massive in regards to supporting what we can do for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming today.
Find a way. Thank you for receiving us.
Very much.
Thank you.
Rennie. I saw Rennie back there. You've been patiently standing in the corridor. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, everybody.
Come on up. You come up to the front and you're going to talk to us about Pretty Hall.
Beauty Hall, do you know what?
Have I got a deal for you?
Oh, wow.
Because we can all fit in there if you need one. Okay, so I'm going to be very quick, and
I think the pointing thing comes over here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can point it. I mean, point it in this
oh,
direction.
okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. thank you.
Okay, so quickly just wanted to overview our community and the way we view the hall and the way we've worked together to get the hall to its current position. So we live in a stunningly beautiful valley just across those hills over there, and we really want to have a very connected community, one that we kind of all knew about, that used to exist, where neighbours are neighbours and new people are welcomed with scones, and we have events that are well attended. And in order to do that, we wanted to make sure our facility was up to scratch, welcoming, functional, and fit for purpose. So we put a lot of effort into ensuring we've got a fit for purpose facility that's a social hub, and more latterly is becoming an emergency hub for us as well. Our values: we're a friendly bunch, act with kindness, empathy and respect in terms of the community and the people that use our hall, supportive. We're committed to the heritage of where we are and the natural environment around us. And finally, we value the diversity of all the different people that live in our valley, from different places and different backgrounds. So the key aims of the facility is to provide this hub, create a venue for people to meet and interact, and I will talk about what we're up to at the moment in a moment. Welcoming new people, and that's key. They're our kind of target market. Anyone new in our community, we try and encourage them to come to the hall and be part of our events, and that works really well. That we're financially viable. We keep the hall well maintained and the grounds looking shipshape, and we've got events happening that people want to attend. So four things I want to talk today about was ensuring our building is watertight and talk about our deck and our toilet block and our concrete paths. So I wanted to deep dive into those. So recently we've painted, had the external of the hall painted, and it's looking absolutely superb. And there was quite a bit of remediation in terms of leaking areas up at the top here and up in this little area and down onto this toilet block. So it's now watertight. Just in this area here, which is the main entranceway, we've got a little bit of subsidence going on. So we're thinking we probably need to cut some big squares out of here and reinstate that concrete. Our deck at the front, so you saw that deck just before in this slide here, this one here. It's we've put a little kind of I don't know what you call it. It's probably something, but we're just trying to tidy it up using other wood, a little strip across the front, but it's really past its shelf life. It's a pine construction. The nails pop up, the wood's starting to split, so it's kind of it's not going to last the duration. So we're looking to put a hardwood deck there, and then within the toilet block, because of the leakage, there are a few areas that we need to tidy up, and that's on the flooring. This is on the roof area where we had water ingress. So that's now sorted. It just needs repairing. And this is in the toilet block area where some perspex haven't been replaced on the outside. So we've got a method by which we can cover that and make that look shipshape and tidy. And this is our urinal, which is really difficult to clean, and we'll look at putting a couple of individual urinal units. And we as a community clean the toilet, so it's not great having a toilet that's really hard to clean. Tennis court, the old tennis court pavilion, we're just slowly bringing that back to life. That's kind of more, it's not so much related to the hall, but I thought I'd just touch on that. So Jane had encouraged us to put forward some proposals we'd worked up last year to undertake that remediation. So as I understand it, those have been kind of accumulated again and being put forward. So I was
Yes,
thinking,
part of the facilities audit,
Yeah.
we've looked at,
Okay.
and put together, possible, opportunities for some funding or
Yeah.
to make the board aware of what the issues are in the various facilities, including a
Yeah. So in terms of usage, right now, a couple of weeks ago, we had a Christchurch Car Club, came and had lunch. We've got a spinners group. Our yoga group's transforming into 2 Pilates classes per week, a meditation group. We've got bookings for birthdays. We've got a knitting group. Recently had High Beer PKGM. A school group from Christchurch came and had lunch at the venue. Various events. We had a moving evening on Friday night. Ad hoc croquet in the summer, pickleball potentially on the old tennis courts, and some school holiday activities. So we're getting momentum in terms of use. So it's you build a better mousetrap and you'll catch a mouse, or get your hall into shipshape condition, and everyone will want to come and use it and be part of it. So we're heading in that right direction, and we appreciate the help we've had from council and from Jane, and we're really looking forward to more help from you as well. So thanks for your time.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I had a question about capacity of the hall.
So legally inside 40, and then you've got the deck area outside, and we've got really good green spaces. So weddings, put up marquees. I think that space is around 50 times 30 metres. And then there's another space below it, which is similar.
Fantastic, Rick. Loves the paint job. I know there's an interesting story behind it.
Community consultation and mistake.
No, it's fantastic. And definitely about the deck. I know someone who's got kids running around in bare feet, and someone who's got a splinter from it. It's not the greatest, and it's well-used facility. And what about weddings? I know I've seen a few weddings there as well, too.
Yes, you're
Lovely
right.
spot of the world. So thank you for coming in today and highlighting that.
Yeah, and seriously, if you don't have this many people at a meeting, you're welcome to come and use it.
Yeah, do you need to get Wi-Fi in there, don't we? Is there Wi-Fi?
Well, there isn't Wi-Fi in there, but I mean, with the movie nights, we bring our own Wi-Fi across, so I don't know if we've got a mobile one, but certainly there's reception there.
Right,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome up to the table, Patsy. Patsy's going to talk to us about Birdling's Flat Community Centre.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. With me is Viv Valentine, who's co-chair, and Charlotte Roberts, who's the wonderful secretary.
Jonah.
And we only prepared to come here sort of 2 o'clock on Thursday, so we've taken a series of photographs, but it's pretty bit of a gallop. So okay. So what I wanted to do was just talk about providing you some context, because we're very lucky. I was feeling very lucky that we've got a new hall which was opened in 2017, and I just wanted to provide some context of the impact of that hall and talk to the projects that would be around the facilities, and also just provide some vision that the community are talking about. Okay. The hall was built in 2017, and it is huge enthusiasm. And what has happened is there's a whole series of projects that have come off the hall. This is opposite the hall, and this is Art on the Fence, which was opened in February. And there were 16 local artists. One's just gone up. So this
There's a new one.
Pardon?
That one on the end, yeah, sorry.
Yes, that's gone up, and also there's a second one went up on Sunday. And the 16 artists with the 17th artist working at the moment, and they have all put that work together over the last 2 years. It is a living art wall. So I've even got artists starting to say, I think I might next year do this, and that. So it's really working really well. And the thing for us is the community is so proud of it, and the visitors visit it. We are at the moment landscaping and just getting it sorted. Okay. Whoops. That's it going down that way. And when we finished the art wall, we decided that the Total Span bus shelter was awful. It had been there since 2007. So we kitted Total Span into a new bus shelter, and that is going to be the kids' art space internal, and they've agreed to that, and Charlotte's kicking off that project now, so that's really exciting. Okay. Oh, sorry, as you look down, because what's happened is the community's got really fired up. So the Kamo family own the house down there, and there's a very long fence that runs from Coates Road to the beach. And we're now, Mariama and the Kamo family are talking about either a history fence or a history walk. It's going to take some time, and and what we would like to consider is where the stones are, that we have a history shack, and a history shack will have photographs and history and articles and things like that. So we've just begun that conversation, the house is held in trust. So they are very keen that that is a living, that the history walk of history fence goes up. Okay, well, we just put through. Oops, what's happened? What's happening? Just try again. No.
Staff are working on it and see what they're doing.
Okay. Right, now this is the, when we were looking at a possible playground project, we asked for the boundaries of the reserve, and we found that actually the boundary doesn't reflect the true reserve. So we suddenly, if you see where it sits, okay. So that was very interesting, and that really excited the community because they are really interested in having a community space, and that would mean that we would have more room to move. Whoops, I'm going backwards. What am I doing?
You can just let them know here if you like. Just say next if you like.
Yeah. Okay.
That means not going right. Can get through.
You all right?
Taking a moment.
Okay, sorry, I'm Krista.
That's fine.
So I'll just keep talking. The hall was built for the amount of people that lived there in 2017, and it's a very fast-growing population. So what we would like to do is look, the next project would be to look at the front and back porches, verandas. The front looking out to the sea is very cold, there's a lot of wind. We would like to, this is future, we would like to put a project in. If you just click it and I'll just move on. Okay. We would like to put a project in for that part of the hall, and I believe that the back, which looks into the children's playground, has, in the big ideas, one of the local builders has put forward a project for that veranda, because it is very, very, if we just keep going, we'll get it. Sorry. There you are. This is, if you call the seaside the front, this is the back. And what we've found is that is a very clumsy, even though it's good space for people to get up with wheelchairs and that, it's very clumsy. And a local builder has put forward a plan to the Big Ideas group to see if we could flatten that out and have it so that people could walk up onto it, and that there would be space for parents to sit there, shade cloths. And we would like to redo the small children's playground. We'd like to make it much more Birdlings flat orientated. We would see maybe driftwood playhouses, driftwood sculptures, painted stone gardens, that kind of thing. And this would be the area for the small children. Can you try the next one? And there it is there again. Okay, next one. The front of the hall, and there it is there. This is a deck that we would like to look at, trying to get some coverage over it so that we could use it when it's cold and wet. And this area here would be a community space for people who wanted to have coffee, maybe a barbecue, maybe a petanque court, the adult part of the community. Next one, please. Right, this is the new part. This is looking back, and this the reserve runs to almost halfway down that, where the entrance, the picket fence is, where the entrance is, it runs down to there and back across here. And I know it fills the council with absolute horror when we look at it, because it's undulating, stones, etc. But we would like to make that part of our wilderness area. And the tradies of Birdlings Flat are very keen to see that we work, that if it was to go ahead, and we would try and work to the contours and work, but it would be the wilderness part of the playground for adults and children. Okay, so that's it looking back. So the reserve runs right down here, which we didn't know. Okay, next one. Right, teenagers have been grumbling and grumbling. They don't have a space. So we've come up with the idea of the hangout alley. And the hangout alley will be behind the loos, which they're all very happy about, and will run back up to there. Where those bushes are, that's not our boundary. Our boundary is quite a bit over. So they're very keen to have a hangout space, to have maybe a basketball court, a graffiti paint fence, and it's their hangout area. And so we have been invited to be part of the play spaces and network plan. So that's where we will take that view, these ideas to. But there's a real enthusiasm and energy to have a village centre that caters to all people. Now, what came out of the facilities report was we were really thrilled. We put forward the idea of storage sheds, because we have a big storage problem. And the problem, if you just flip, there should be, oh, no, don't worry, the problem is that the hall's quite small. It's a very thriving community hub now. The emergency hub has got on with it. Pam has done a stunning job, and they're moving. So they need to have a storage shed. And what has happened is that more and more the community centre is being used as a health and wellness centre. And we would like to move all of the stuff that we've got in the nurses' room into a storage area so that we can fully use it. And I know that that's been considered. So that's just a little taste of where we're at, and I'm sorry that.
Originally, when the community centre was built, the idea was that the smaller room would be for visiting health specialists, or possibly people like the IRD or your WINS, those types of people. That was always the idea, because it's not available close at all to urban space, so it's become a storage space instead.
So facility-wise, we're very keen to have the storage rooms, which we put a quote in for, and we would like in the future to try and address the decks, so that they are more user-friendly, and we'll take our vision of our community space to the play spaces network.
So very exciting stuff happening in Birdlings Flat, and it's fantastic to see that. It's such a creative and friendly space.
But I think the art fence really made them realise that they can really do something.
I think so too.
And it was, to pull 16 to 17 artworks out of a small community.
It's fantastic. The opening day was so good too. Any questions from
Keep up the passion.
Keep up the passion. Here we go. Thank you so much. This is going to help us. We'll add this all up. So, Tara, no, we've got time for a question.
Yes. Okay. Hi, Betsy.
Hi.
Thanks for that. Just in terms of like how things are working with the leasing arrangement with the hall and that sort of stuff, is that all going well? We because it's a new hall, we don't have so many problems, but yes, it's working well. I would like the lease simplified, because I think that as chairs and secretaries and things, they just take a big look at that big lease and their eyes glaze over. And I think that, it's, I think from my view, it's been a lease that they have a lease and then some new law comes in, so they add to it, but they don't take out what was already there. And I think if you simplified the lease, you wouldn't have the committees coming in feeling overwhelmed by getting their heads around it. It needs a climb through and say, that's not relevant, and it's put in simple English. And that would make, and I think that's where
I've been managing it, but I think that's where the fear is from halls and that, because I've found the council we're pretty good.
Okay,
We've been pretty
very
good.
good comments, I appreciate it.
We have the battle of the loo and stuff like that, but
Well, how's that going?
good loos. Some very graphic writing to the council.
Can I, sorry, just a real quick.
Super great, yeah.
If that's all right. Oh, geez, I've lost my train of thought. Hang on. Lisa, oh yeah, in terms of like getting money to do things for the hall, I mean, obviously it's a relatively new hall, so it may not have the greater need, but has that been relatively?
Well, we haven't had a lot of things to do, so we haven't had, we repainted it because it needed repainting, but we haven't had to ask the council for much. And so, and the art on fence was Places and Partnership Fund.
Yeah.
The history fence will go for funding. So, we're pretty good.
So in terms of getting the funding from the Places and Partnership Fund,
Yep.
that was pretty, I mean, was there?
We
put
a lot of work in and a lot of snoozing. But I think that if you involve the funder in the story, we had a good ride. We had a really good ride.
Sweet as, thank you.
Ed, thanks so much for coming in today. Ladies, nice to meet. I hope to meet you sometime face to face. It'll be a couple of minutes of shuffling around, I can imagine, and then we'll move on to the community managed facilities audit. So I will race back in 2 minutes. And
So we're adjourning the meeting.
yes, adjourning the meeting for a couple of minutes while everybody sort of shuffles around and finds a seat.
We're on.
Are we live again? Thank you for that. I think it was okay, so we've got our facilities audit. We've got Joe and Jane who will be look at that. Everybody's here. Onto it. Thanks, ladies.
Whatever. And I think we also have Matt Pratt on.
Oh yes, yeah, that's on Zoom.
Yeah. So this report is for the board to receive the Banks Peninsula Community Managed Facilities Audit formally. So as you're aware, the audit is sort of a culmination of research that was conducted through interviews, site visits and some focus groups as well. And it was conducted both by an independent researcher as well as a fair bit of input as well from council staff. And it has been an aspiration for a very long time to pull all this information together. So it has been really great to now have a lot of information in one document, and also just acknowledging that it is a point in time. So we'll constantly be kind of getting more information, and it will be a document that is seen as a point in time, but can be updated in the future as things do change. And we'd really like to acknowledge everyone that contributed to making this possible, because there has been a lot of work that has gone into it, particularly from the communities that are so well managing the facilities and as we've heard today, so passionate about them. Just to mention as well, which has already been said today, the Better Off Funding report will be coming to the board's next meeting, and so the discussion today is really helpful in feeding into that report. So Jane is going to dive into some of the sort of key findings from the research.
So as Joe said, it's been fantastic to actually bring the information together that staff and elected members have been aware of in different areas, and actually put it all into one document to create a body of work for us to be able to work on, and for other units and staff to be able to, units and council to be able to guide what they're doing as well. One of the key aims, and it's been the major finding really, is for us to get a sense of the value of these facilities. There are facilities dotted all over the peninsula, obviously in the larger centres, but in lots of them in little communities. You've heard from a few people today already, and these are really vital facilities for these communities. They're used in a wide range of ways, depending on the community and what the local needs are, and also the facility itself and what is appropriate for that facility. They're managed by very passionate, very dedicated groups of local community members, volunteers, and they've been managed well for a long time, often in very informal, ad hoc kind of ways, with varying levels of support from council staff. Some have leases, some don't have leases, some are incorporated societies or trusts, some are informal bodies that have come together and looked after the hall, and those things have changed over time as well. All of the communities have put huge numbers of hours into facilitating, looking after, working bees, maintaining, the number of community hours that got into these facilities is quite phenomenal. They're often the main or the only gathering place for the community, and therefore are vital for a connection, local connection, coming together, a place big enough to be able to celebrate, to be able to have meetings about important issues, to be able to go if there is some kind of emergency, if there's somewhere that people need to gather and can't be in their homes. And it's becoming more and more important as our communities are seeing the effects of climate change and more extreme weather events, as they call them these days. So, they're just vital parts of communities, and a key when you've got a place to go and a place to be together, your community connects really well. Some of the buildings are in a real range of conditions. Some of the buildings are very old. We have a couple of heritage listed buildings. Often the buildings have a history in the community, such as really talking about Pūti Valley, that was the old school. There's an old fire station, some have been built by the community. The Le Bonsleigh Hall was, there was an older hall, but when they lost that, they milled the timber, processed the timber, built the hall, local people. So, you know, there's real history and heritage. The Pigeon Bay Settlers Hall is over 100 years old, and there's a great, they celebrated their centenary a couple of years ago and had fantastic celebrations. And there's a photo that came out then of, and when was it, 1902, the Christchurch City Council annual staff picnic, and they were taking boats around there, and here's all these council staff workers, and she's stuck in there 1902 years having their picnic. So, you know, really strong sense of history and heritage and identity for communities. Some of the buildings require updating, some of them quite a lot of updating, and you've heard a bit about that today. Some of them are deemed as earthquake prone, but still being used and used really well by the community. There's I think 2035 is the date that needs to be, those repairs need to be completed or sorted. So I'm sorry, I'm totally distracted there. Yeah, and you know, Buildings Flat is a new facility and doesn't require much work, but has other needs. So there's a real range of needs. In the report itself, we go through that in some detail, and there's also a lot of photographs at the end of the report. And when Sarah was, the researcher, was taking those photographs, she did focus on some of the areas that have been identified as needing work. So if you're reading it and you're interested in that, you can then go and look at the photographs and see what needs doing. In terms of council budgets, and Matt can talk to this, there's never enough money to do all of the repairs and maintenance needed. One of the key findings was that people want to know what maintenance is done, how often it's done, when it's done, who does it, who's responsible for what. You know, what do we do as the group that are managing the hall? What does council do? So that came through quite a clear finding, that communication and that understanding of who's responsible for what, who pays for what, where they can go for funding, if they need funding. They were all key findings.
Just letting people know online if they're having trouble hearing, we've got window washers outside and there's spraying windows at the moment. So maintenance, good. So it's good work. Yeah, we need it though. You know, if you're online and you're having trouble hearing, that'll be why. Yeah. Please continue, Jane. Sorry.
And of course, there is a lot of work and maintenance that is done by those community organisations, even if it may officially be things that council should be responsible for. They'll often see it as an important need and find a way to get their work done. There's some incredible work that's been done. Pigeon Bay recently got donated an old kitchen, well, no, a reasonably new kitchen from an old homestead and the local community, and they work with you know, tradespeople, so it's all signed off properly, but installed that kitchen themselves into the Pigeon Bay Hall. So these are the kinds of things achieve in those facilities. One of their other key findings was not just that residents find the set facilities a place to connect and be together, but to feel safe and connected. And, you know, it's that real sense of home and connection there. In terms of the specific, because that's general, you know, we got all of their general information. What the team is doing with that information is we've created lists of needs and priorities. There in the report, you've also got an appendix with a table with the needs and priorities, and there's already, you can see some of the actions that come out of that. So what we're doing is taking that information and creating actions that we can work through and getting specific for each individual facility around, you know, from those key findings around what are the actions that actually need to happen, what are the things we need to talk to the parks people about, to the facilities people about, and what may come to the board for funding in the future, or working with groups that are managing facilities to think about funding in the future. And of course, the Better Off funding that will come next month has been a direct response to the facilities audit.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I know we've been just double checking, sorry, you had a space there, but did you finish with your comments? I jumped in there.
Yeah, I think the only thing just to let you know is that this has been sent out to all of the sort of key units within council, as well as the contributors and facility managers themselves. So yeah, but we're always just happy for feedback and more information to be, you know, coming into us. So please feel free to direct anything back to us.
Great, awesome. Yeah, I was jumping to a point because I know that there were some questions around the facilities audit at the table, especially around, was it a schedule of works? Tyrone, did you have a question around that? Specifically for maybe Matt? Schedule,
me, I think.
was it you?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No.
No.
And then there was a question, I couldn't remember who, so feel
Yeah,
free
so-
to ask me.
On the spot.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah. It was about Allendale. It has taken them 18 months. I think no action has been done around the physical state, and the work needs to be done at Allendale Hall. So was it in relation to the climate change adaptation plan research or something else taking so long for them to do this work?
The reason for Allendale not being, the repairs being done so that it can reopen.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because of the varying factors. There's the water standards, so there's the need to upgrade everything to meet the new water drinking water standards. So I think there's a bit of investigation going into what that requires, as well as the I guess the budget just to do the flooring repairs themselves. And yes, there is the adaptation planning that's happening as well. So I think that may have factored into it. But yeah, I think it's probably a combination of those factors.
Is it normal that as a council it takes 18 months, 2 or 3 years to do any maintenance on any council facility? Is it just a trend or a tradition, it goes like that, or is it just specifically?
Yeah, maybe we could maybe just see if Matt wants to add anything into that. Because he's gone off mute.
Because they mentioned that they had funding available. So the only thing, adaptation plan, that we also know, how long it's going to take and what to expect there. The only thing that was left was water standard. So and what we are losing in response to that is, you heard this morning,
yeah,
community is suffering quite a lot. They are losing business.
Yeah.
And a bit of tension, and staff hours are being, wasted.
Yeah. Yeah.
So was it necessary? That's what my question.
Well, yeah, Matt's just popped up there, so if he has a reply, that would be great. Thank you.
Kia ora. Yeah, I do understand the local community's frustration. I've met with them a couple of times on site around the hall, and I know it was a topic for LTP submissions, and obviously there was a decision through the LTP to work with that community to look at how we could fund it to open it next year, or at least go to the annual plan next year. The thing that has not slowed it down, but the thing which has been and this isn't a complicating factor, this has added to the complexity of it. It was part of the adaptation planning pathway, and so we were very cognizant that we didn't want to make decisions that were counter to that. We've been working hand in glove really with that team very closely with that the whole way as we've been going through, and we've been part of the workshops that have been taking place with the community. The budget and resource implications to get it open for 3 to 5 years were estimated at around about $78,000, which we hadn't budgeted for in our capital program, and then there would be an additional $450 a month that we would need to add in for the water stuff. We didn't want to commit to that. It's likely that we would need to budget a similar, well, maybe $50,000 in 3 to 5 years again for the flooring space. That said, we're aware of the board's consideration for Allendale for better off funding when that report comes to you. So we're working with your board staff and waiting to see what happens there before we go out and work with the community.
Great.
So the LTP work has been done. We are into annual planning now. So hopefully there will be funding allocated in there for this project. So do we expect that in the adaptation plan, that work is pretty much underway. They are wrapping it up and it will be out for community consultation. Do you think that in next couple of months that the work will start in that facility and it will be open towards the end of this year or end of next summer?
There's still no money budgeted for it specifically for the capital programme. However, I mean, the board are going to consider funding for better off funds. Joe will be able to speak to that. That's coming to you next month. I know Allendale was one of the facilities that you're considering putting money towards. Should the board not consider that, we'll be working with the local community and with the board to work through what the costs are, and then presumably the board will put in a bid to the annual plan to say we need this much money to get the facility open and to get it up and running. I think the adaptation planning process part of it, the consultation for that will have happened as well. So we'll know where we are and what that adaptation plan is for that area too. So I don't want to raise expectations and guarantee a time or date that the hall would be open, but certainly things are progressing.
Things are progressing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. There seems to be potentially ways forward, so that's great. My question is around generally, how does this audit fit in with the schedule of works, I guess? Do these halls, facilities, how do they work in with that? How do we use this? What's going to work?
Do you want me to answer that one?
Please, yes, I should have said yes. Yeah.
So from our perspective, we've got a number of buildings, 86 buildings, I think, all up, 85 buildings all up on 67 different sites. And as somebody alluded to, the funding that we've got to keep everything running just it isn't enough to do everything at all sites to bring them all up to the standard that we'd want to. We've got a top 15 program, so we've been working through what that top 15 program are. We're reprioritizing post that. We've just been given some more money for the LTP, so we're going to reprioritize our next set of buildings that we're going to prioritize where the money fits in. There are some buildings that we wouldn't plan to put into our top 15 priorities for the next ones, and this money or the board's funding potentially would help out with that. There's more. It helps out. It helps fill the gaps in some cases. So Allendale, for example, where there may not be the money and we may not have prioritised spending the money to remediate that hall, the money would help out there and it would fill in that gap, which means that it can go further. So essentially where it helps is it spreads the funding further, and it moves the facilities that you're looking to move forward quicker up the list. So for example, Birdling's Flat, I heard the conversation earlier, the storage probably wouldn't have been something that we would have prioritised. And so the better off funding will enable that to happen.
Okay. And so when we'll, I guess, to help decision making, we need to know obviously what is in this schedule of works and potentially what is in the top 15. When is there a time frame to understand that?
I'd like to have it all done by the end of the year, top 15.
Okay. All right, that's good. Karen.
Sorry. I was just going to make a comment with that. And one of the things that we find with these facilities is that they often don't meet some of those kind of criteria around what is prioritised. And often that's to do with numbers of people, because they're small communities. And we often say, gosh, if it was based on the percentage of people in the community that used it, it would be a very different equation. But it's partly why in the audit there is, rather than bums on seats type numbers, there is lists on all of the types of activities that happen in halls, because you can see for a small community, when they've got a list of, 10, 12 kind of weekly or monthly activities, that's an incredibly well-used facility in a small community. So that's, again, partly why we wanted to bring this information, that provided a different way of looking at how well-used and important the facilities are.
Yeah, and just to sort of, I suppose there's that sort of, there's some sort of maintenance issues that might be more urgent, critical, and then there's the nice to have, and then there's the just projects that will help make the facility run better, or improve use or increase use. And so there is that spectrum of different things, and I guess when the budgets are so pushed, you end up with those things down the critical end getting funded, but the nice to haves maybe don't. And so I guess that's the opportunity perhaps with some of the better off funding, is to have some of those projects considered as well.
Great. Tyrone, did you have a question still?
I do.
Yeah.
I've got about 4.
See how quickly.
So the first one is there, and I'll just put this, and first of all, I just want to thank you for the work that you've done. Like, it's really brilliant. I mean, it's just so great to see some bloody good some good facilities out there on the peninsula, and very well loved, and very necessary piece of work. So brilliant. The first question is, I guess, like, in terms of the facilities on Banks Peninsula, is there anything that sets them out in terms of how they're managed? Or, and there are lots of different models, obviously, but are there, in metropolitan Christchurch, are there any community facilities that are, that reflect that kind of, that community input, and, in sort of, in a kind of managed and utilised in that way? Or are they all kind of council managed, community used sort of thing? Like, is there anything that sets Banks Peninsula apart?
I think we have a much larger number of community managed facilities. I may have statistics on that, but certainly, I've worked in the community sector for many years, and that's my impression.
In total, we've got 86 buildings on 67 sites. 20 of them are council managed. So the remainder of the buildings are community managed. So 76 are managed in partnership with the community. And that's across the peninsula. So the peninsula isn't vastly different. I think that the difference we've got lots of community facilities within the city that have been built by communities that were memorial halls that communities have managed for years. We've just taken back one from Lansdowne. So Lansdowne community is a really good example. It was a building that the community built. It was built in the last part of the last century. It's been managed for years by a local community group. They've passed it back over because that volunteerism and that management has become a bit too much. The peninsula's got some buildings which have been managed by reserve committees. It's got some buildings that have been managed by community groups. It's got some buildings that have got leases and some that don't have leases. And again, that's reflected across the city. What I think where it's not where it's different, I think what you see is a patchwork quilt of facilities where communities made up of various different authorities at different times have all been set up by different communities. So it's around how you do it. The council ones are managed in a very similar way. So that all of the council ones we would book through our call centre, we would manage, and you get less of that one-on-one. So facilities that are managed by community organisations, typically you get a bit more TLC because somebody will come out and show you around and show you the key, and they might meet you on site. The council ones, we don't have the resourcing to do that. So that's where you get those advantages there.
Okay, thank you. So, another question?
Yeah, I'm just thinking for the sake of time as well, and some of these questions may be in preparation for our Better Off funding discussion next month. If maybe some of those, would it be possible to direct those through to staff to go to Matt so that we can have those for preparation, and then any questions that will be directed towards our decision.
I'll be real quick one.
Yeah, okay.
And it's important. I think it's important for the next annual plan.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, you would through.
Sure.
So thanks, Matt. So given all of that, so is there an argument and given the value of each of these community facilities to very small communities that, you know, have a real sense of ownership over them a lot of the time, is there an argument that for there to be a line item of funding for the you know, in the capital program for the upkeep of community facilities specifically for Banks Peninsula?
I think it would be a difficult argument to make, because I think that the communities of Waipuna or Waitai, they would feel exactly the same way around their facilities. I think that's the challenge with the community facilities network. Every facility means so much to the local people, and so they've used it. Their kids have gone to play groups there. They've, you know, there's been weddings there. They've had engagement parties there. It was used to. I mean, you see the Yaldhurst War Memorial Hall, for example. There was a decision for council to dispose of the building, and the local community have rallied around and said, no, give it to us. We'll pick it up. We'll run it. We've had people married here. So I don't think the Peninsula is distinct in that fact. I think everybody wants to keep all of their facilities, which is why we've got an expanding network, which costs what it costs to run.
Okay, cool, thank you.
I think often one of the major differences with communities on the peninsula is that it is often the only place within walking distance or close by, and you know, that's different to being in a city where there are many other facilities.
Yeah, that's the distinctive. It's the travel distance to get to places.
So there's a potential for an argument there, but that's cool. I'll move on to the next thing. Just in terms of leasing arrangements, we had a deputation this morning that just talked around, like, you know, generic leasing arrangements for facilities don't necessarily always fit for purpose for small local communities. Is there a way that we can sort of address, you know, is there some potential that we can address that in terms of the way we work with small community and community groups?
We've been working with the leasing team on leasing issues, so we can provide more information. It's an ongoing conversation.
Good. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Sorry, so sorry. This is obviously a very important topic to us. There's a massive amount of work that has gone into this. Extremely important, and just because we have not necessarily the population, we have very special needs for these places, and trying to solve the issues of, you know, case by case, which can have a tendency for things to fall through the gap, is an ongoing thing, and I think it's something that we need to focus on and keep moving forward. But for the sake of today, I just want to say thank you so much, staff and the communities who have taken the time to talk to you. We'll just put this to the motion. Shall we need I'm happy to move it. Second it, Nigel. All those in favour? And against, and that is carried. Thank you very much. Fantastic work. Oh, yes, sorry, I just got reminded. There was a discussion about what's next with this, and potentially a request for a report. So can we make a note? What do the community board feel is a good amount of time to have a report back with updates and next actions and things like that? Maybe 6 month or 12 monthly? What do we think? To hear a report back from the audit facility. So
on these facilities only?
Yes,
on the list of actions.
List of actions.
When's the next annual plan?
I think we need one back before the next draft annual plan, don't we?
Yep, that's great.
Before the next annual plan.
But before the next draft annual plan comes to council. Yeah.
Before the end of the year.
Is that too much to ask?
No. I think it's fine.
If we find that helpful, that's a thing we can ask.
We'll know where the gaps are. We know where to lobby to council.
Okay. Yeah. Great. We'll add that as a note. Thank you. Right, we're moving on to deputations by appointment. Thank you for all those people who were waiting and who came back. This is in regards to 177 Pūrā Avenue. First up, we have Kirsten McKay. Kirsten. Hi, welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Tēnā koutou katoa. E noho au i te raro i te maro o te ahu Pātaki. Ki te tahataha o whakaropo, le tae mai o ku tipona e te tau kotahi mano, e warurau e ringa te konga tahi. No ingarangi me kotirana rātua, he tangata tiriti ahau. Ko Kirsten Mackay tōku ingoa. My name is Kirsten. I live in Diamond Harbour underneath Te Ahu Pātaki and next to Littleton Harbour. I've lived there for 22 years, and like most locals, I spend lots of time at the beach with my children, swimming, fossicking, sailing, kayaking and walking. The one bit that I never ever visit is 177 Puro Avenue. It's a little small corner. It's tucked away from the main recreational areas. Going back to 1851, my ancestors Mary and George Cooper sailed into the harbour on the Travancore. One of their children died on 4 days after landing in Littleton. 3-year-old Fanny Cooper, she got sick and she's buried in the Littleton Cemetery. Every now and then I go and visit her. I look through her grave. I can never find it, but I know she's there and it means something to me. Today, Ngāti Wheki are asking for a place in which they can pay similar respects to their ancestors. When George and Mary Cooper arrived in 1851, the Port Cooper deed, and it's no relation, had just been signed, gaining land for colonial settlement, like my ancestors, and promising 9 acres for a Māori reserve in Puro. But over time and all these little deals, that land has moved away from Māori, and migrants like my family were lucky enough to make homes in these valleys and hills. Ngāti Wheki are talking about a very small part of Puro Valley. It's insignificant for recreational users like myself, but it's of deep importance to them. It's a little way out corner with a memorial to Tiemi Nukamotu. It's an urupā. And really, this actually should be really simple. My speech should just be, it's an urupā, full stop. There's been a couple of reviews of the archaeological evidence at 177 Puro Ave, and they conclude that it's reasonable to assume it's a burial site. And that's plenty good enough for me. I don't actually need to dig up little Fanny Cooper's bones to know that she's there and I can go and visit her and pay my respects. And I want to live in a community that respects people, respects living, respects those who've passed away. And those here with your ancestors buried in Puro, I know you want to take care of them like I can take care of my ancestors. And I know it's important to you that it's in a way that's fitting to you, just as my ancestors can be in Littleton Cemetery. So I see it's quite simple. As a member of the Puro Diamond Harbour community, I wholeheartedly support the return of this reserve to Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki to be managed and preserved as an urupā as they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Nigel.
Yeah, hi, thank you for that. That's really very much into the early history of the whole peninsula. Now, so you just to clarify, your great ancestor,
yes,
the child was buried on the same site, is that what
No, in Littleton Cemetery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she was buried in Littleton.
Okay.
She has a memorial, a graveyard for her across the harbour.
Yeah,
there's,
I understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So sorry about my Maori. Sorry. Mahatu was buried there in 1850. Is that what bonus?
Someone can probably clarify the date.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Graham Christie back here. Welcome back.
Thank you for.
Can you just give me a warning at 8 minutes, because I'd like time for I'd like a couple of minutes for questions. Thanks very much.
Good idea.
Okay, hello, I'm Graham. I've been a resident of Pūreo for 20 years now. Today, I'll be addressing the process of this, not the ins and outs. So this all started from a letter from Ngāti Wheke through to the council, and you'll see on the concluding comments, return the urupa to mana whenua. We should make this happen. This should end up. Protection and recognition of the urupa on or around the property. That's the main thing. When the land was sold from Maori ownership through to the farmer, this is around 1913, 14, 15, it was referenced on the documents as a native cemetery. This here is the official survey map of the Maori Reserve. Shoot. I'm supposed to click this.
That's all very complicated, but yes, if you try, if not, you can just say next. That's helpful.
That's fine. So that's protecting and recognising the urupa on or around the property. This is when it was referenced back to when the land was sold from Maori ownership and control through to the farmer's wife. In the documents and bits and pieces, it was called Native Cemetery on the documents. This here is the official survey map of the Maori Reserve. This here is the actual location of the native cemetery. This is in 1915. It's the top corner up here, and so this is on the official tracing. The takeaway here was the documented position of the cemetery in 1915. This is where it is today. This was the red outside line is the native reserve, and on the top left is the location of the urupa back in 1915. Interestingly, when the farmer brought that land, he did not think he had brought the urupa, and it's in the documentation that should have been in Maori control, and in fact it's a travesty that it's not. That should have always been in Maori control from way back then. And oops, so I had this related. So this here is the location of the urupa. This is what we're talking about today, and the urupa does overlap onto the corner of the Reserve 4622. So there is an urupa on Reserve 4622. So this is in the report here. In conclusion, this site is cultural significant history and recognition of the urupa on and around the property. And I would note that all of Pūreo is culturally significant and has a rich history for both Pākehā and Maori. To remove or change the reserve status from our reserve 4622, it will need to be approved by DOC. And I had an interesting and informative long conversation with DOC's National Manager for Land Strategy Management. The short story is, one of DOC's main jobs is to make sure that appropriate and fair procedures are carried out. They definitely don't want a judicial review, or as he calls it, a JR, to overturn a decision. The report as presented and the actions carried out to date in the public domain are demonstrating that it is overtly biased towards staff's wishes to the disadvantage of one community group over another. This has put such a spin on the subject towards the staff's favourite option. This needs to be urgently balanced to be even-handed. Not doing so will leave the door open for a judicial review because of biased actions and causing predetermined outcomes. Also, and maybe more importantly, this report is engineered in a biased position to get it dealt with, get it over the line, so to speak. There's things in here about the compressed timeframe in attachment F, step 13. The engagement officer, Claire, she was here, sent an email to Jill over here, and the process must go through before Claire is authorised to engage with the community on the proposal. And this is not until in attachment F, step 11, before you can engage. A classic example is in the summary, attachment A, 1.5, 1.7. So just quickly, the affected by this proposal is Ngāti Wheki and the residents of Pūrao, that's 1.5. 1.7, council staff have been meeting regularly with Ngāti Wheki, and 1.8, community conversations about the proposal did take place back in 2018. Staff have reviewed the feedback from that time, 6 years ago. I can tell you, because I had a meeting with Angus here, that he was surprised about the information that I gave him that was in my deputation from 2018. So I had, in fact, Tyrone was there. He asked me questions. So the information I had put forward in 2018 was a little bit of a surprise. What I suggest to do from here to be fair and even-handed. Okay. Keep this report on the table for today until such time as the following has been carried out. Make available to the residents, Pūrao residents, the reports that are mentioned in here that are available upon request. We've been having trouble getting reports. We've been getting sort of stonewalled. We got a report a couple of weeks ago that took years. Been trying to get it for 8 years. Got it a couple of weeks ago. Allow the Pūrao residents time to digest the reports, then allow them to have a special meeting, keeping in mind that it's a mix between the batch owners and the full-time residents. Then have the Pūrao residents come back to the community board with their preferred options and options. Once they've talked over it, they've looked at the information, they can see, and Paul here has a view, Jill has a view, Nigel has, we're a community, we have different views. And then the community board then considers it with an even hand to all of them, to Ngāti Wheki and the residents with an even hand. Take the spin off it so that it's not on a trajectory that's biased towards one way. So that was my talk. Thanks very much. The questions?
Thanks, Graham. Yes. So what's the kind of what's your perfect end result in this process?
My perfect end result is for everybody, Ngāti Wheki and ourselves, to have sufficient time, well, from the community. This report clearly states Ngāti Wheki's, and there's been a lot of communication with Ngāti Wheki, and so it's fairly clear on what they want in here.
But in terms of the land ownership and the land governorship.
Oh, my personally, I think the Urapa should go back to Ngāti Wheki. Is my personal one. The Urapa is fairly clearly defined where it is, and the rest of it should be a historic reserve. Is my personal one. Paul reckons that the whole reserve should be handed over sort of because it's sort of more like compensation for lack of, the hard time. Because Ngāti Wheki should have had control of the Urapa right from the word go. That's a fact.
Yeah, I know.
And now there's the reserve over in what's the name? It starts with T. Yeah, that's a good example of shared co-governance. Co-governance committee. And so that's where you have mana whenua and the community working together.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
John.
I really appreciate your input and your importance of process. And I feel like this is the role of the community board to help good process to
Yes.
make sure it's fair and these voices are heard.
Yes.
And that we can have a clear way forward.
Yes.
So I do appreciate your eye for good process.
Yeah. There was something I should have pointed out. There's a physical mistake in the document, the disjointed document.
Right.
There's a slip up. It would be a bit embarrassing for somebody.
Okay.
I'll point it out afterwards.
All right, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for letting me talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Jill, we've got Jill Rice?
Yes.
Right. So, I'm Jill Rice. I'm the chair of the Pura Residents Association. I speak for many of our community. I've been a resident in Pura for the last 20 years, and I have a deep connection to the area, particularly through my children, whose ancestors arrived on the first 4 ships in 1850. With their direct answer being born literally in a whare within a few days of arrival in Littleton, so quite a connection. I would like to thank Ngāti Wheke, and in particular Donald and Yvette Cooch, for sharing their knowledge and meeting with our residents in 2018 and 2019. That was a very valuable experience, and we learned a lot from it. Pura has a wealth of history from Waitaha, Ngāti Mono, Naitahu, early settlers to the present day Pura residents. There is a desire very much in our community to share the whole story of Pura, including Reserve 4622 as an historic reserve as part of that story. The Community Board in 2014 and residents in 2019 requested reclassification of Reserve 4622 as an historic reserve. DOC supported this reclassification in 2019. Now, I did send through something to you late last night. I don't know if it's available. Is it? Sorry.
Point it that way.
Which way? What do I click that?
Yeah, it's really tricky because the clicker needs to be pointed this way.
Sorry.
No, the arrow.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, this is the letter that we received from Russell Wedge from the council with DOC's recommendation about an historic reserve at the time, based on all the acts. This is a recommendation in option 4.36 of the CC 2004 report to reclassify and retain the reserve in council ownership and to vest control and management in Ngāti Wheke. So we're all aware of that. Heritage New Zealand Puhere Act 2014, which guides the action of Heritage New Zealand, facilitates and provides protection of Wāhi Tapu, Wāhi Tupuna. The Maori Heritage Council assists Heritage New Zealand Puhere Tonga in developing and reflecting a bicultural view in the exercise of its powers and functions. This is why we're very much in favour of historical area rather than ownership being transferred. There are no disadvantages listed for the residents in item 4.36.3 of the CC 2024 report. Residents are disadvantaged by not having the opportunity to co-manage and share and work with Ngāti Wheke. Historic reserve precedence has already been made in Banks Peninsula of communities, iwi and council working together to protect and acknowledge the historical significance of Takapuneke and Rapapa Island, for example. Council, with the Community Board's recommendation, has the ability to reclassify and improve the reserve classification and protect significant cultural areas in Reserve 4622 without revoking that reserve status. In the CC report, it refers to the BAD report 2009. Its interpretation of its finding also has implications for the foreshore. The Reserve 4622 and the foreshore are woven together. The BAD 2024 report should also be considered given how they are intertwined. Council has proposed different ways to manage
if you don't mind. No, go on, second. Okay, we'll start with a 3-minute break and hopefully that'll all it takes to figure this out. Wow, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Got tornadoes here, yeah.
Neither.
What I'm saying, I'm okay with this.
We will be having some crazy weather, the hail and the thunder apparently, but we do have internet connection back. So just because of time, the constraints of time, we will continue while we can, while we have power. Okay. So thank you for pausing that. I'll try and we'll have to speak a wee bit louder.
Yes. So I'll just go back to the bit where it was there. In the CCC report, it refers to the Pātaka 2009 report. Interpretations of its findings also has implications for the foreshore. Reserve 462 and the foreshore are woven together. The Pātaka 2024 report should also be considered, given how they're intertwined. Council has proposed 2 different ways to manage the reserve and the foreshore, one being to return the reserve to Ngāti Wheke and the other being to manage the foreshore as a reserve with the community. Then Council does recognise that co-management is possible. Then why is the Council's preferred option to return the reserve? This is conflicting. I'll get you to answer that at the end. The proposed process. Right. Again. Yep. Residents have concerns about the process for revoking the reserve status. In 2018, the process allowed residents to present their findings and make submissions to the community board in a separate meeting before it reached this stage of the process. This is not consistent with the process that we're having here today in 2024. You'll see that we were allowed to come and discuss things and present earlier. We are down here at stage 13 before we are actually going to be consulted this time around. Residents find the report imbalanced and biased with little opportunity and time to digest, prepare, contribute and respond to the report with less than 2 working days notice. Many of our residents are not permanent residents. The situation is far more complicated than highlighted in this report. The community board needs time to assess this and hear our submissions. Many issues were raised 5 years ago, not just the loss of recreational space as noted in the report. We acknowledge that there is time programmed for the community to have their input, but this is delayed this time. This is not a robust process. Direct neighbours beside the reserve, immediate neighbours, have not even been informed. 2 days ago is not enough notice. Residents question the haste in the programme process to be signed off by the end of the year. Why is this meeting being held here today, which disadvantages residents who do not have easy access to getting to these locations? And, the Teams is the other option, but maybe that's not easy for everybody either. Why are we not in Littleton? How can the board make an informed decision about revocation without balanced contributions from all concerned parties? Has each member of this board had the opportunity to read the report, the historical information, reports submitted to the community board by residents in 2018, all concerning reports that have contributed to this report? I would hope so. Some residents are concerned about the possibility of loss of open space, and we've mentioned that before. Item 6.17.1, climate change impact in the CCC report, needs to consider the loss of recreation reserve if reserve 4622 is revoked and transferred to Ngāti Wheke. Residents should be compensated by council for loss of recreation reserves, given that the remaining reserves will be subject to inundation in future years.
So that was one of the arguments from the council, saying that we had enough recreational space, but actually we're losing that all the time. We need to be compensated. I'm actually very interested, earlier today, all these wonderful buildings and opportunities for community centres, maybe, compensation like that is something that should be considered. Residents also have concerns about officer recommendations in the report. Item 6 in the report proposed that the community board is the delegated authority for the hearing panel. The preference is to stick to the Reserves Act process, and residents request an independent panel. There is concern about a degree of predetermination by community board members and council in the workshop presented by the council on the 22nd of July before the final CC report was even released. Only one proposed option was discussed on that day. This is a concern for such a significant issue based on the biased statements made in this workshop. Again, residents request that an independent hearing panel is chosen. I've also got something else I wanted to add in there, and I thought I was going to do my other deputation first on the Reserves Committee, but anyway, I'll just add this in. Also, residents would request that to remove Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee as an interested party, as noted in the engagement outline of the report. They do not have any jurisdiction over the area. They've made no communication with residents, and the management of Pura reserves are aspirational, as in their schedule. So, yeah, that's sort of where I'm at the moment, and it's quite emotional and feel quite responsible. But I feel I have to just get all our points across now at this stage. And if you've got any questions, please go ahead.
Any questions, elected members?
I've got so many questions, and I think it's such an important decision.
I know.
Going forward, and it's interesting the Pātaka and the co-governance cropping up. And I see this as a very, very good way of working together in a partnership as to do it. It's fantastic. I think and a repast should be absolutely supported and given back to the Ngāti Wheki. But going forward, any other reserved parts, I don't know. I personally feel I don't have enough information at this point to make a decision. So thank you for your.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The consultation that was carried out back in 2018, I don't have the information, and I don't know much about based on the information provided. I think we need some more research done, and as a board member myself, I think we need to learn more about, how the wider community feels. A decision made today in his could divide the community, while we have an option to work together. We have got a model of Takapuniki that we could adopt, or whether it is a way that we hand out revoke the status of reserve and it will go back to Ngāti Wheki, then how that land will be managed. I think it is a good opportunity for the community of Pura to tell both stories. There has been so many stories there could be identified in that area. So personally,
Sounds not.
Sound is not going.
We just unmuted just now.
Let us know if that hasn't worked. Apparently, we have got sound and visuals back. Got a bit of a storm going on here in Little River, so thank you for those online for your patience. Jill, we were asking questions and commenting in regards to your deputation today. Thank you. Where did we get up to, Asa? You were interrupted.
So just wanted to say we need more information. So it's just like community needs to learn more and we need to learn more. And the wider consultation with the community, both EV and or whoever, have moved there recently. They will have their aspirations, and we cannot just rely on 2018 data because COVID has changed quite a lot of things, and some people may have different aspirations now.
Yeah.
So the more we know, the more informed decision will be really good for the wider community.
And I'm sure as we have staff come up, we can talk more about what's actually involved in that process, so we can find out whether this will indeed
Thank you.
set some of those things in place. Okay, thank you so much for your time. And it's been a bit eventful, but next up we've got, I think Nigel is next. Nigel Calder, if you can come up to the hot seat, and hopefully we can maintain the power so you don't have to stop and start.
What are the chances of getting that map up there?
Oh, I don't know. Good question.
It will take us a while.
If you start,
are you talking about the geomagnetic report?
No, just the map of the year.
Oh, okay.
It's one in the report.
That's a good thought. If you just begin, and then these lovely folk will work away at that. How does that sound?
Cool. My name's Nigel Gorter, and we own the property at 4 Monolera Ave, which is adjacent to the reserve. And basically, my submission is that there's been an absolute lack of information or discussion as far as we're concerned.
Yep.
I mean, we probably have the longest boundary, and nobody's contacted me at all in the whole process. Which, when I start reading some of the bits that Jill's shown in the last 24 hours, that's pretty scary. I mean, from my perspective, we bought a property with a reserve, so that was gives us view to the sea, and that now that reserve, as far as we were concerned, was enshrined, and now we're having some of that taken away from us. I'll use that in inverted commas because we're probably adopting a more sympathetic approach than that. But yeah, it's basically a lack of information as far as we're concerned. The other thing is that I feel like we're being railroaded through. Jill's alluded to before, we've had less than 24 hours, 48 hours notice about some of these meetings. And it was just a phone call from Jill and her capacity as the residents that brought my attention to where it's at. So that's the reserve there, and that's our property there. So that probably gives you some idea of how insecure we feel right now. So yeah, we're just that feeling of being railroaded through. Everything seems to be predetermined and being decided very soon, rather than open to consultation and all the rest of it. And what we've seen so far is it looks like the shared governance model which you guys have got at Te Pinaki, if I get that right, would be a much preferred option as far as we're concerned personally. So put on the table that model be investigated as one of the options rather than just transfer of title. Okay. So any questions?
So you're the property just below that? I didn't quite see. So
this one here.
That one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any questions from elected members and comments? Thank you for coming because you're an immediate neighbour, and it's really good to hear from the immediate neighbours and to come all the way over here to talk to us. It's really, really important. So thank you very much. Hopefully part of this process is to make sure that there is filling in the gaps of that lack of information. We hear that as a community board, so thank you for letting us know. And yeah, we will see what we can sort out as we go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Gordon. Ngāti Hapero Ngāti Whiki. Come on up, Val.
Hello.
Kia ora.
Okay. Kia ora koutou. Ko tupoho tamatia tō maunga, ko whakaraupo te moana, ko Ngāi Tahu, raro ko Ngāti Māmoe, raro ko taha nā iwi, ko hapo, te hapo o Ngāti Whiki, te hapo, ko Whiki te marae, ko Gail Gordon tukunga, no Rāpiki ahau. So, kia ora. I'm here today with a lovely ope from Te Hapa Ngāti Rāpiki and some of our supporters. And we're here today so that we can tautoko konohi with the Christchurch City Council regarding Reserve 4622 here at Pūrau. You have a significant and complete set of reports before you in your board papers which cover the timings, requests, actions and considerations that have taken place over the past 110 or so years regarding this considerably significant cultural space and the values that it has for the mana whenua of Whakaropo. I do not need to go over all of the details that are in those reports. You all have them. There's been a number of them over the years, and they all bring forward information regarding the site. So we're here just to draw your attention to points and cultural impacts of the whakapapa and the history of this reserve here in Pūrau. Push it that way? Point it that way? Okay, so as we see here, we've got the So our request that we have before the Christchurch City Council now is that the Christchurch City Council initiate a process to revoke the reserve status of Reserve 4622 Pūrau to enable the return of the whenua to its rightful owners, the mana whenua of Whakaropo. One of the major barriers that has occurred during the time that we have been trying to get this to happen has been a reluctance from DOC as in their role as management of reserves to change or remove a reserve status. And you'll find that there's been a number of attempts over the years to do that, right from 1915 to the 1960s, the early 2000s, and now here again today. Past councils have in fact actually in the past, during those times, supported the return of the reserve as an urapa to Te Hapa Ngāti Whiki, but they weren't able to action that because of the DOC controls. We're pleased to note that this has now been resolved with DOC, and they have agreed for the reserve to be able to be handed back, and therefore that allows elected members here to be able to make a decision to support our request, and we hope that you will do that. This map here shows, I wasn't sure I was going to get it, so I haven't got a lot to talk about on this, but this here shows, you'll see in the black line, the original boundaries of MR 876 that was created in 1848 with the signing of the Port Cooper deed. That was the area that was allowed. It was normally, in a lot of the other cases, those reserves were put into a hapu, but in this case, it was put into the whānau of the whānau that were there, and that would be the noho motu whānau that we have been talking about. In the red up the top, we've got that this is an overlay that has come from the Ngāi Tahu archives We have significant amount of background information going back in archives, photos, all sorts of things that contribute to this GIS system that we have within Ngāi Tahu. And this shows where the pā would have been situated in the green up the top with the crosses in it. We've got where the Irapā site is. These other pieces over here in the green are the public reserves that are also currently within Pūrau. These next slides show a history of what has happened on the site. You'll see there's a court Peter deed in 1840, the death of Timo in 1950, and he was interned in the Irapā at Pūrau. In the 1970s, the reserve of Pūrau 876 was created, and one of the rules surrounding Māori reserves is that it cannot be alienated from mana whenua. This is one of the rules that is around here. So while the last remaining member of the Ngāpuhi whānau had no issue, they left their land to another person, Rāhira Uru. 1 year after that, he then sold his land to the local farmers. That was a breach of the Māori Reserve Act at that time, and still is. That Māori land cannot be alienated from Māori. So as you can see, going down through here, after the Mount Herbert County Council, after the land was sold, there was a reserve part that was left. It went to the Mount Herbert County Council. They, not wishing to call it a Irapā, called it a native cemetery. And since then, there's been numerous attempts for us to go back and try and get this land. So you'll see there as well that right through, we'll go to the next stage, yes, we've got the 50s there and the 60s, the different times when it's been brought to councils, been brought up many times through other people of what should happen with this land, has never happened. In the late 1950s and 60s, there was ongoing requests for appropriate protection and return of the site. One of those requests was made in 1959 by my father, Douglas Falcon-Hugh-Winnie-Couch. And now I sit here before you 65 years later, asking you to do the right thing, the same way we have over the last 110 years. To my children and my grandchildren have to come here in another 60 and 100 years and put this to you. Talk about doing the right thing. This is all we want from you. Why does the land need to be returned? Current reserves, as you can see there, there's 100 or so years. There's the acceptance that there was a loss of all of that land that I showed you in that map of the reserve that went down to the Pā area, that went down to the 9 hectares that were given to the whānau and that were in the end extinguished. The current reserve status of the land does not recognise or protect the Irapā or the site's historical and cultural significance to our hapu. The purpose of a reserve land as set out in the Reserve Act is providing for the preservation and management of areas for the benefit and enjoyment of the public. The underlying purpose applies to all reserves land, regardless of its classification, recreational, public or historical. The land should never have been given the status of public reserve, and we urge the council to take steps to secure the appropriate protection. and management of the sacred site. Our wish is to allow the mana whenua of Rāpiki to show our respect, our whanaungatanga, and exercise our tino rangatiratanga and kaitiaki-tanga, and to care for these tūpuna that are interned in that place. There'll be problems, there'll be worries, there'll be concerns about what we're going to do with it. This is our intention. The intention is that if it's handed back to us, we will go to Māori Land Court and we'll have it set aside as a Māori reservation in Irapā under the Te Ture Whenua Act, Māori Act 1993. This would give it the appropriate significance and recognition and empower us to exercise our kaitiaki responsibilities. Whenua, maybe if we were to get it back, we would likely fence it, but like Irapā that we have within our takiwā, access to public will always be open. Anybody can go to any of the Irapās, same as they can to any other cemetery. But we will want to make sure that there are certain things that are not done here to protect its tapu state. As you can see here, what we would do is we know there's existing graves and we would mark them and put signage up. It wouldn't be used for any new reburials, but as we've got here, we're well aware, we've been doing the coastal adaptation work as well. There's likely to be, as water levels rise, there's likely to be koiwi that will be uncovered, and that would be an appropriate place. If that's where they fell, that's where they should be buried.
2 minutes, okay.
I want you to, I just thought I'd put this up because it's such a lovely watercolour. This is a watercolour of Pūrau Kaik at 1850 by R.A. Oliver. Watercolour shows the kai, which is the area where they would have lived. And in the background, you'll see is the garden areas, which you'll recognise as all that flat land that's currently within Pūrau. And that was what was required in terms of garden to be able to sustain the nohomuhu whānau on that site. After the Port Kirkland deed was signed in 1848, this whānau were left with 9 acres. In 1914, it was what was left of that 19 acres. 9 acres was sold off. All we have left, the only piece left, is a reserve with nohomutis remain. We ask for nothing more than having this site recognised as an Irapā and treated as such. We will take nothing away. We will bring an enhanced and enriched connection with the community. We will bring manaaki and we'll renew our whakapapa links to this place. Thank you for listening and for your time and consideration today, and ask that you think very carefully about doing the right thing. 110 years of consultation is what we've had. All we want is to protect our own. Kia ora. Thank
Thank you so much. It was very detailed and heartfelt, and it has been received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, move along to the staff for 177 per hour return. We've got Paul Devlin, he's online, he's been on and off. Thank you for your patience, Paul. We've got Angus and Claire as well. Come on up. Thank you for being here today.
Okay, we've also got Will from our legal team. These questions about process.
No doubt.
Mine, I've just got some talking points, so I'd just like to go through them so we stay focused on the report. We've got a lot of information through the deputations. I'll just run through what the intentions of the report are. So the purpose of the report is to deal with 177 per hour Ave, which is considered a site of significant and cultural importance. It spans just over a quarter of an acre. You've seen some plans of that. It's referred to as a Māori reserve, but it's officially owned by the council under the Reserves Act for a public purpose, and it's never been formally classified. And it's recognised or considered a site of cultural significance and is known as an urapa. The key issues are that the management of the site current management of the site does not adequately recognise or show sensitivity to the cultural significance of the site. And the question to be asked is, what is the appropriate guardianship for the site? And that is, as we've heard today, has been a discussion that's been ongoing for decades. And I think, having listened to those deputations, this community board has an opportunity to answer that question. And I think that question does need to be answered for everybody's sake, as you've heard from both sides of the story. So I'd like to think we can move forward with a process that deals with that for everyone's sake. The objective of the report is to initiate a formal process to resolve the long-standing debate about the rightful guardianship of the property. The process outlined will help facilitate an informed decision on this matter. I think it's key to understand that. Should it be deemed through the process that Ngāti Whēkia are the appropriate guardians of the site, revocation of the reserve status under the Reserves Act would be necessary. Now, as you heard, this was considered in 2018. What has materially changed is at that time, DOC had a landmark case in court, the Rūtenawhi case, and the result of that gave them pause to consider future reserve revocations. As they've moved on from that and they've realised that that case didn't relate to all cases, and this one in particular, they've changed their view and have indicated they would support a reserve revocation in this instance, if that is the direction council wants to go in. As you've heard, there are members of the public and some people question whether this is indeed an urapa site. And this discussion needs to take place. It is, however, our view as staff, there's sufficient merit in the evidence that we've seen to indicate we should start a process and have the conversation. So that's the point you're at now. If you don't think there's merit in that, then it could end here in a decision. But we're saying there is sufficient merit to have that conversation and start the process. The report recommends starting a community board consultation process to gather input and make informed decision. If there's no objections, then we're recommending staff could proceed with the preferred recommendation in the report. If there are objections, then we're suggesting that goes to a hearings process of which the community board forms the hearings panel, and they would hear the objections and make a decision. That process would run for a month, and there's going to be some lead-in time to that, so we're not talking a month from now. There will be some critical issues for the hearings panel to understand, the possibility of whether the site is an urapa in entirety or partly or not. So that's an informed decision you'll have to make. You'll hear from all the submitters you've heard from today, and staff can give you additional advice, copies of the full reports referred to in this report, which is summarised, and any archival information we or other parties have. And then the other question you need to turn your mind to is whether Ngāti Whiti are the appropriate guardians for the site. So the conclusion is at this stage is it's about starting a process to gather necessary information to make a final decision. So I want to emphasise the importance of waiting for all facts to be presented before making a decision. So it's not the place here and now to make a decision. It's to start the process so that you are fully informed to make a decision. The process we've outlined is pretty standard in terms of reserve revocations, and as is the consultation process that supports it. Hope I've made that clear. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Tyrone.
Thank you, Angus, very clear. So just so that I should practice my reflective listening skills just to make sure I understand it correctly. So if the board had approved the staff recommendation today, that would trigger a.
Excuse me, Tyrone, it's a recommendation to council.
Yes.
Not a board decision.
Oh, sorry, it's a board. Yes, I know it's not. Sorry, it's yes. Sorry. So okay. So contingent on what the so the staff rec is to receive the report, and so then this same decision would go through to council.
Yeah, your role here today is to either support the staff recommendation to council or not,
based on whether or not we think that there's merit in the
in the process.
Yep.
In the process.
So then it would go to council for a decision.
Yes.
Effectively the same recommendation.
Yes.
More or less. And if council approved it,
yes,
then that triggers a consultation process. Yeah.
Okay.
And then a consultation process here. You know, if everyone in the consultation says we think it's a great idea, then no hearings required. If there are differing views, then it goes to a hearings panel, and then the hearings panel would make a recommendation to council.
No, the report sets out that council would delegate that to the hearings panel. So the resolution and the report from staff of council adopt that is that the hearings panel can hear and determine the submissions and the decision.
Right.
So if that is
I just want
that hearings panel is the
for the room.
Yeah, if that hearings panel is the community board as we're recommending, and council support that, then the community board would be making the final decision, having heard all the information through the hearings panel process.
So the full community board. So this group.
Well, that's what we're suggesting.
The final
that's the recommendation from staff.
Right. So the hearings panel would make a recommendation to the community board.
No, the hearings.
Well, we are the hearings panel.
You are the hearings panel.
Thank you. No, that's good. No, that's very clear. No, thank you.
And that is a process that has been done in other places?
Yes.
Okay.
And how long does it take at the moment?
So there'd be 30 days to, a minimum of 30 days to gather the community's feedback and go and have conversations with everybody that has an interest with input around that. Then we would need to collate that information. I estimate that will take a couple of weeks to be able to put reports together and then understand how, if we were at a hearings panel, understand how many people would like to speak to the panel. I don't know if you've had experience with that previously. I'm fairly new at council, so they do vary other experiences.
Yeah, there's no set time duration for the hearings panel to meet. So it will depend on the amount of information, the amount of deputations you have. Like I was involved in the Taylor's mistake one, I think that took like 3 to 5 days. So, and you may well sit in and you convene the hearings panel, hear information, and you may decide we want more information from staff and send us a way to get more information, and we may want to hear from more people. So that hearings panel process can take as long as you want to be comfortable about making an informed decision.
Okay.
My question is more around the amount of time to gather the consultation. So you did, am I correct? You said minimum 30 days. That's quite, I don't know, it doesn't seem a lot of time to get the consultation.
So under the Local Government Act, we're required to give 1 month. Depending.
That's a minimum, it's not a maximum.
That's right.
Right.
So I'm happy to take thoughts from the community board on whether you want to extend that timing, bearing in mind that we're talking about revocation. We're talking about the proposal of this process for one piece of land. We're not talking about other amenity around Pūrao itself. What I would propose to do is kind of load all of the information, meetings and sharing of that information in the first week, which then provides residents three weeks to respond and provide feedback. Yeah, happy to take thoughts on that though, and we could look at.
Oh, any questions on that?
Yeah, thank you, Angus. In terms of processes, so if this recommendation to revoke the status of reserve status of this parcel of land, then the community consultation will happen on that aspect. Or
on the proposal to gather their feedback on what they think about that proposal.
Or that proposal to revoke the status.
Yes.
Reserve Status Act. Have you explored other options other than handing in that parcel of land to Ngāti Whiki? Have you heard any other arguments? We heard quite a few arguments today. Has there been any consultation like that? Few gave an example of Taipapuniki, co-governance. Have you explored that option, or is it just something new?
The report doesn't speak so much to co-governments, but it sets out other options. But those are decisions you'll be able to make at the end of the consultation process as a hearings panel. So you're considering revoking the reserve status and returning the site to Ngāti Whiki, but you could easily get to the end of that and have an alternative decision. The decision is in your hands.
But then,
so if you think co-governance is a better option, or you think that this site is better managed by council as a historic reserve, they are all decisions you'll be able to make at that time.
Okay, so no matter what decision is made now, at the end of the day, the panel or the working party, whichever working, based on their recommendation, this community board or the council can alter the decision around the aspects it has been consulted with the community?
No, you're just making a decision today to start a consultation process, and at the end of that, based on the feedback you've received and the information you've received, the hearings panel, which will be the community board, unless you change that today or make a different recommendation, will make the final decision.
Do they make the final decision now, or is it still a recommendation?
No, well, if the staff recommendation survives through this decision and the council decision, the council will be delegating the decision to the community board as the hearings panel.
Okay, got it.
I'd like to put to the table how everybody would feel about potentially having slightly longer. I know there's lots of people that meet once a month. Would you like to say something?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would recommend to staff that, given it's the significance of this process, that we have longer, extend the consultation period out to. And I'll take your advice on that, but a couple of months would be reasonable.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or is that too long? I mean, I don't. I'll
yes. What is the disadvantage of having a couple of months for a process consultation?
There is not really a disadvantage, except takes longer for the process to go through. I mean, I don't think there is a disadvantage to have it open for 2 months.
Yeah.
If that's what you.
Well, we want to have a good process, and we want to make sure that we don't go on for another 110 years, but at the same time, we want this to be a line in the sand. So I feel as long as everybody else agrees that a 2-month period.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Assuming that, I mean, we don't know what the vote's.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to predetermine, but if noted, yes.
Can we make do we make a motion? Then?
Yes, that's a good idea. Or we can have a 2-minute break, because that's what we were supposed to do. Half an hour ago.
Yeah, break to begin.
Get away.
Looking around the table.
Is there any other discussion about it?
I mean,
I'm happy
that we accept the staff recommendation on this.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
And I would like to debate it briefly.
Okay, right, so we've got a mover is Tyrone, a seconder is Nigel, and open for debate.
As you said, Madam Chair, it's been going on since 1915. I think it's just reasonable. We've been presented with a reasonable staff recommendation. We've been asked to consider whether or not there's merit to the argument that put forward by Ngāti Whiki. I think that there is merit in that. I think it's worth. All we're doing is pushing this through to council for council to be able to make a decision. And I think if we let this lie on the table, then we can't actually have the proper conversation around it. And we need to have the proper conversation around it. And so therefore, I would absolutely support this staff recommendation.
And it's just embedded in that, is that 2-month consultation? Is that part of this?
Yes, that's
yeah.
I'll just be clear, that's 2 months for us to be open to gather feedback. That's not for the hearings process as well. The hearings process, if we go to that, would happen afterward.
Correct, understand.
I'd just like us to think a bit about and what's happened in other places around Christchurch and around the country would be interesting, but whether the community board is the right group of people to be part of the hearings panel, given the amount of information we're going to have to consider and the detail of that information. There's a lot of information.
Can I say something?
Well, we're in debate, aren't we?
Sorry?
We're in debate.
Yeah, we're debating. Yeah, I think it absolutely is, because we're the closest to the ground.
Yeah, and just wanting debate.
That's my feeling. That's why we exist. We are the closest to the community. We have our feet on the ground. I think it should be us and not someone isolated from the community. That's my feeling.
I mean, I suppose I think
it's a hell of a responsibility.
Yes, I remember I'm going to Waitangi Tribunal kind of hearing, and it feels a bit like it'll be a mini one of those, so it
is a big undertaking and a responsibility. And and I agree, it's a good question to ask. I agree also that we are connected to our people in the situation, and I think that we are good people to have good process as well, and we know how to study too, so that will be part of that, understanding all aspects of it as much as we can.
So, and you did ask the question then before about whether it had been done in other places, and we got the answer yes, but do we have a bit more information about that? Where and
Point of order. I mean, we're in debate, so we're not asking questions of staff anymore. Yeah.
Yes. Any other debating topics?
Chair, just want to say, Gail and Anu from Rākaihautū, thank you for coming. I understand the importance of protecting graveyards. Culturally indigenous myself, I know that when we bury our relatives, we don't bury them. We don't cut our connection with our elderlies. We stay connected with them, and part of that is these graves. It gives us sense of connection, where we were, where we're going to go. After we are dead, we're not going to stay here alive forever. And it makes us humble. And that story you just shared about your ancestors, that they were buried there, that is a connection that you have with that community. And we all have. And one way or the other, we're going to end up in a grave or in a box somewhere. But it's just acknowledging that what efforts they did, because of their efforts, we are here today. And I think that if it is Urupa, it should be acknowledged in whichever way. We all respect, no matter which culture that we come from. That is basically, we like it or not, that is our destiny. Thank you.
Tara?
Oh, no, Kathy wants to.
I think what I've taken from here today, what I've taken from here today, Urupa is an Urupa, and there's no buts, and I think we've agreed, with that as well. And what we kind of disagreed on is the process, like, how you get there. So I think, would the process get any shorter by all agreeing it's a Urupa? And, to me, if we can kind of, we cannot debate that bit, but can we agree or come to some point? And it is mana whenua, and I tautoko. That's, there's no debating that.
Great, thanks, Katie.
Cool. I'll just wrap it up by saying, again, this is just a staff recommendation to be able to put a decision before council, so that, and if council approves, and who knows, it may stop there. But then if council does approve the staff recommendation, and it may be modified or whatever, then, again, there's an opportunity to have a proper conversation. It's a conversation that's really important to have. It's a conversation that needs to be put to bed. And I think I've heard enough in this debate to think that, that there are things that probably need to be raised when it goes before council. Because I'm not the chair, but if I was to exercise standing orders, I've moved it, so I've just wrapped it up. So.
Okay. I just thought in the process, it might be, so you're saying the council can do this without further consultation with the public?
No. All right. We will just go back to Tyro's point there. So it's wrapped up now. So we'll go forward.
So, yes, I'm asking you, Madam Chair, to put the motion.
Yes. Put the motion forward. So, we will do that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. That was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Right, then we have a 5-minute break. No, we haven't had enough breaks, and we're going to have a 10-minute break. That's good. I'll talk to you in a second. Okay, so we're here for deputations.
It's off. It's entirely off. Oh, it's gone off again. Is the order?
This is on.
There's someone here.
You know, just because we don't have much on today, so.
Item 9. Now what are we on? There's a 30-second lag from here to when it hits into the live stream. So, gotcha.
No, it's one or whatever, and it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. You're down with me.
We can hear it.
It's loud. Oh, it's on. It's on.
That's all good. Okay, Jill, come back up. Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee Triennial Plan and Reserve Schedule.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm just going to introduce myself as the chair of the Residents Association. I've been in that role for the last 14 years, and I speak for many of our residents in Pereira. Residents ask that the community board does not endorse the Diamond Harbour Reserves Committee Triennial Plan schedule with the aspirations for future land and facilities to be managed by the committee. Residents would like to know why these areas are on the schedule with proposed co-management and have been included, and we have not received any information about this proposal in advance. These listed areas should require the endorsement of the community board for consultation with the relevant community groups. There appears to be no process to inform and consult and work with these communities who should have an input into this proposed schedule. Item 4.9.4 in the plan notes that there are no disadvantages to this proposal. Well, there are, because the resident groups are disadvantaged without any consultation and have no outlet for a process of communication. The Reserves Committee, it's a voluntary group who works at the park ranger reporting to the Diamond Harbour Community Association. Pereira residents have never received any communications or copies of their minutes, and therefore there is not an opportunity for residents to have an input in any decisions that are being made by the committee. Residents would ask the community board not to endorse this aspirational schedule and to look at further into the structure and the processes of communication of the Reserve Committee.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So there you go.
Very precise. Understand it.
That's it. Okay, dear. Okay. Thanks. Just a bit more process and structure and communication, really.
Structure.
To be honest, yeah.
Okay. So your ask is for more process.
Yep.
And more structure.
Yep.
And a little bit more communication before any kind of the triennial plan is accepted.
Yeah.
What does that mean? As far as process, can we have some staff maybe give advice?
Can I just ask, is there a representative from your residents association on the Diamond Harbour Reserves?
Yes.
There is.
No, well, there is a resident. But they're not voted on by the Pereira residents.
Sorry,
they're not voted on by the Pereira residents.
Not voted on to what?
To that reserve committee. It's called the Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee.
Yes, it is.
But they're not voted as a
of your association.
No.
On that reserves committee.
No, they go up and get voted on by the Diamond Harbour group, not by the Pereira residents. They're not representing.
Right. So the Pereira residents haven't said we want.
No, we haven't been asked.
Someone, this person to represent us.
No. we'd like that opportunity to have some kind of structure, process.
Yeah, so
before aspirational reserves are put on lists.
Yeah, so if I could just comment, there is structure for that in the terms of reference.
Okay.
For reserve committees of, because we did something really similar with Littleton, where so regular users or user groups and community of the reserves that are covered by the reserve committee are entitled to have representation on the reserve committee. And in some communities, because it's everybody in the community, they don't need that specified, but it sounds as though for the Diamond Harbour Reserves Committee, if it covers reserves in the Puro area, that it would be really appropriate to have a formal representative from the Puro area.
Formal communication would be good, and just concerned about the aspirational areas, because there is no communication at the moment, really, or very little. If they go ahead and start doing things to these reserves, we're not having an input.
Yeah, so, well, the point is you don't have a formal representative from your association on the reserve committee, so we need to fix that up.
That would be good.
And then you'd have direct line of communication.
And to get a heads up. So there's some amazing things happening, and there's amazing energy there, and I love it. But it's to be informed in advance and have a discussion about we're going to do something on the playground area, instead of it just sort of going under the radar and coming here and getting passed without anybody knowing about it, because that's sort of what's happened in the past.
Okay.
So that's
it makes sense at this point. I think totally. So thank you for bringing that to us here today, and we'll have to see what that means for the next part.
So the schedule of aspirational properties that they've got down on their schedule, what are you going to endorse that goes ahead?
Well, that will be the next part we've got. Staff will be talking to that as well. But we've got a question here.
It's another question, it's just a question for Penny. So the reserve committees are elected though, right?
They are.
And anybody who lives in the Mount Herbert subdivision can stand for election onto the reserve committee, right? Just so I understand that. And how many are on the committee? Do you know off the top of your head? You don't, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I don't. It can be up to 12.
Right.
And in Littleton, what they did was they elected, I think, 7, and they kept some spaces for the regular users of the reserves that they covered. And that didn't happen, obviously, for Diamond Harbour. It would have been advertised, and the fact that that was happening, but maybe the implications of that weren't clear enough, or I think now that it's brought into light, it's not.
It's absolutely
not difficult to fix that.
100%.
If it's already full, though, is this where you're going? If it already has 12 members.
I wasn't going there, but that's a legitimate, that's a good question.
If there are already 12 members on that committee, then we need to work with the committee to either co-opt a 13th or make space.
Paul is already on the committee, but it's just having that formal process of doing, and communicating. That's what we're looking for really as well,
Right, so you're saying that you would probably want Paul to be your representative?
Well, I don't know. I can't say that on behalf of everybody.
Okay, so that's another option. Someone on there becomes the
that could happen too.
Okay.
But it would be nice to have like a discussion
Yes.
and have the choice moving forward, and how often are they returned into that committee? Is it every 2 or 3 years, or something like that? There's a very loose structure around this at the moment. It needs to be more sort of formalised, I think.
There's a loose structure around
just people who they're representing and where.
Formalise it a bit more so that the communication can go to the right place. I understand.
And minutes, brought back to the community to approve, or give them an opportunity to actually say, no, we don't want this to happen. We do like this idea, or do you want more help? Just a bit more formality in there.
Nigel, we'll finish with your question.
This is more of an observation, really. It just maybe exposes something in the terms of references for reserve committees to make sure we do have a good democratic spread of representation. Maybe coming up in other areas that we don't actually see. There was polarised.
Well, maybe more about the process for that triennial election leading up to that is making sure that everyone who could possibly be involved in a reserve committee is really aware
of the election, and that in fact current committees could identify community or groups or users of a reserve. They could do that now to say that we, on an ongoing basis, we would expect these kind of organisations or users to be represented. On a committee, so that those meetings they can. They're all public. The minutes are on the web, but they should be advertised well locally, like in your Facebook groups and things.
No, not really, but I guess that's another issue I have, is that things are just there if you're supposed to go troll through stuff to find things. In the old days, we used to be sent minutes and agendas and everything from you guys as well, and none of that happens now. It's just all there for everybody to go troll through, and I find that difficult to keep up with everything. If you get an email, it's there, you look at it.
I get it.
I see. So that kind of what that communication would be better.
And as a board, we want to support our reserve committees as much as possible, because there's a lot of heavy lifting that gets done.
I know, they do a huge amount. It's great.
Really appreciated probably as well. So, but not from us. But yes. So we want to support reserve committees and want to help out with that. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Great. Excellent. Okay, so then that leads us on to the hearing from staff. We've got Linda, Hannah, if Paul's still around. Yes, Paul's up there, still around. Talk to us about Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee. Welcome Hannah, welcome Linda for that end of the table. Right, we'll just carry on now. Thank you.
So thanks to Jill for her comments raised in regard to this report. I just want to clarify that what she was talking about was the reserve schedule, not the triennial plan.
Oh, okay.
That's good. So Paul Dahl, I'd like to invite you to the table as well to co-present this.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I was getting confused between the Pauls. Thank you.
Yeah. And we have Paul Dibblin online.
So I'm the vice chairman. Our current chairman's absent back in Scotland, and he apologises for not being here.
Thank you. So you have before you the triennial plan for the Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee for your acceptance and support. And this triennial plan also includes a budget estimate, which is indicative of staff intention to support where the park's operational budget allows. It's not a guaranteed spend. That's just an indication. You also have before you the Diamond Harbour Reserve Schedule, which outlines the land, facilities and assets they co-manage, and it also contains a list of the land at the bottom of the reserve schedule that they would like to co-manage in the future, and that's where Jill was referring to Pūrau being included in that list of aspirational land that the Reserve Committee would like to co-manage in the future. At the moment, Parks have agreed to consult with the Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee if anything's going to be happening in that area. Include them in their discussions, but I'm sure they will also include the association, the Residents Association, in their discussions as well. So the reserve schedule comes to you for your endorsement. And did you want to make any further comments, Paul?
I'll answer questions if you like.
Answer questions.
Well, I have been, so contrary to what Jill said, I've been a member of the informal Pūrau Association for some time, and I do report back on these issues. And we haven't, and so the Pūrau Association hasn't met to discuss this, all the things that Jill said today. So that was her speaking on her own. So it hasn't been.
Okay.
And normally we report back on those things when we have these meetings.
Right.
So moving past that one, the Reserve Committee has had a long-standing hands-on involvement with Sam's and Morgan's Gullies and the coastal reserves for some time. And when we went through the new terms of reference over the last 2 years, I think it was, that
we and the new committee have been active supporter of the new terms of reference. In fact, I met at the time that you initiated this over in the term that you adopted the terms of reference over in Akarawa some couple of years ago. So we've fully supported it. And the process and the terms of reference has given us good guidance for both the hands-on work that we've done on the tracks and also to be more involved at the governance role as a representative, as a subcommittee of this committee. And so we've welcomed that and look forward to the adoption of not only a budgeting process that we work with both regional parks and community parks, but also the aspirations of the wider community.
Right, any questions, comments? I'm confused now about the schedule versus, because we're supposed to be receiving the information on the training plan and the reserve schedule. Can we separate those things or?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so because the reserve schedule, there's questions around that, there may be potentially a question around laying that on the table, leaving it there, and then moving ahead with the triennial plan. Can anybody see any reason why that wouldn't work? Okay, because we obviously need some clarification around the reserve schedule. Tyrone.
Sorry, so just for clarity,
yeah,
what you're saying, so looking at the officer recommendation, so one is that we receive them, so great. Then there's two, that's about accepting the triennial plan, and then 3 is endorsing the reserve schedule. So what you're suggesting is that we vote on 3 separately?
Yes. Oh, yes, that isn't the first year. Yes, that's correct.
I saw Liz furrow your brow over your shoulder, Madam Chair.
Do we need to clarify something there? You could move without taking it separately. If someone was prepared to move 1, 2 and 4, you can do it that way. That means the board won't be endorsing 3.
But does that mean that we'll just do this loop and then come back once it's got clarification?
Or
I'm not saying that. Oh, sorry.
There's another option of taking 1, 2 and 4 and for 3 to lie on the table to come back after further staff information.
What is the advantage of leaving it on the table versus not moving it forward? Is there any?
I thought you could endorse it. There's nothing wrong with endorsing all 4 resolutions today.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking the difference between just ignoring 3 versus leaving it on the table.
If you leave it on the table, then you're going to instruct staff why you're leaving it on the table and what they need to do to bring it back. The other one is they just have to come back and start on the same. There's no difference.
Yeah.
Okay, to better clarify that for the elected members?
Yeah, we could always move it and then ask staff to do some.
Then you need to change the word endorse.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Why are we having a conversation about whether or not to endorse 3?
We're just I got confused. Now we were talking about process and now we were moved on to actually trying to make a decision, but we should stick with process. Thank you. Okay, so I feel like there potentially, what do people think about leaving that on the table and asking staff to look into process around having a representative for per hour residents on there? Is that getting too directive?
I'm not clear what the rationale for that is.
Would you like some advice about that?
Yes, great idea. Okay, so not leaving it, we just want advice around number 3.
Okay, so
if you're agreeing with the Darling Harbour Reserve schedule, then you could put back a number 5. Seeking staff advice on membership. You don't like that?
Well, look, I'll pull out the terms of reference. In the terms of reference, it says the reserve schedule for each committee will list each club, group, or organisation which regularly uses the reserve, or reserves in this case, and which shall be invited to appoint a member to the committee. I think the fact, and what the deputy pointed out was that the reserve schedule, there are two chunks in the schedule. One is the one, all the reserves they currently do now, and then there's an additional list of aspirational reserves, and many of those are in Pūro. So it would seem appropriate to have an official Pūro Residents Association member named as a representative on the reserve committee, if that, if so much is going to be covered.
Okay, so that's cool. So if we were to make an amendment to the reg to sort of like help facilitate that, what controls would we want to put around it? Because I mean, anyone can just say, "Oh, I'm the Pūro Residents Association. I'm going to send a person."
No.
Just happens to be.
Okay, so
what are the controls around that?
The reserve committee would ask the Residents Association to name their representative onto the reserve committee.
Right. And so is the Pūro Residents Association does that have any legal status, or is it just a group of a group of individuals who get together from time to time?
I don't know.
You're talking about incorporated or something?
Because on what authority can the Pūro Residents Association appoint someone if asked by the reserve committee?
In that case, it's for any membership of it, isn't it? Would that reopen a can of worms?
Well, just a question around, my understanding is that it was just to formalise a place, not how it was, so it was still decided within the normal regulations. Is that what we're talking about?
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes.
Just tell me if I'm not allowed to speak or not, but I'm just wondering if it's being overthought a little bit with the delegations that the reserve committees actually have. I mean, I'm sure they would welcome a representative from Pūro, and I can't see that there'd be any problem with doing that. That person might come and go and change. They may not want to go to every meeting. But it's clearly able to, under the terms of reference, to have a member of the community or a member of a particular club. There might be a mooring member who might also want to join. I don't think there's any rules around that, is there, that we are running issues against?
Cool. I mean, I'm totally down with that. Right? Yeah. That's fine. I guess my question is like, what stops it being a free for all? Like, on what authority does a person get appointed as the representative of Pūro?
Well, the terms of reference are relatively clear, and I think Pence had read them out. It's obviously there's scope for a couple of community members. Any club involved in a particular reserve or park is welcome to join. But you're right, Tyrone, it could become, anybody from anywhere. But I don't think the risk is that great that it would become problematic, and the board, the community board, has to accept any membership of a person or a club as well. So that's in your hands.
So how about this as an option for process purposes, not to suggest any kind of result? So number 3 potentially would be endorse the Diamond Harbour Reserve schedule and staff investigate formalising Pūro position.
Ask Pūro Residents Association to nominate someone.
Yes, with that wording.
Can you repeat that, please?
So ask Pūro Resident Association to nominate someone.
It would be the Diamond Harbour the Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee can invite a member of Pūro Residents Association to join the committee, and they can vote on that. It can be somebody nominated by the Residents Association, but it's up to the committee to appoint somebody to the committee that then comes before the board for the board's approval.
Yeah, I don't want to be directive about how that is done, but potentially encourage them to formalise that position.
Yeah. Sorry, can Paul speak?
Yes.
So Tyrone's question is the association is a group of community people. It's not associated, it's not endorsed, it's got no foundation other than a group of like-minded people. I've been part of that group for 7 years, and for some reason issues have been polarised just over that one of the earlier agenda items. You got that? So up until now, as a regular attendee, I would report back on the. I live in Pūrau, sorry, and have been for that time. I've been active with the Diamond Harbour group for some time, and at the last meeting, I was made the deputy chair, and I was representing the Pūrau residents.
Okay.
That was my purpose and role. It doesn't endorsed by, and I report back to the community informal group that Jill chairs informally, and have been ever since. So we've met on the foreshore, we've met with the mayor at different times to talk as a community group to talk about coastal inundation and broadly the reserve issues. Both the head-to-head walkway, the reserve across the foreshore from the early, plus with Mr. Devlin on the jetties and the boat ramps. We do that as Pūrau, my role representing the Pūrau people and as part of the Diamond Harbour group.
So it sounds like it's quite represented.
I believe so. And it's just been, and there has been no meeting to discuss this particular issue that Jill spoke about today. She was not representing the informal group. She was representing the people that she'd last talked to.
Okay. Understood. Right. Does the elected members have any other questions or comments?
I do. A question. So, I mean, and thank you for those comments, Paul, but that still doesn't mean, that still means there's nothing to stop us amending the staff recommendation to say that, there's provision for a representative of Pūrau.
So just to formalise.
Yeah, formalised, that would be the word, I think.
But not how it is done.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more brow furrowing going on.
No, that's okay. I just think we would encourage.
Oh, I like that word.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seek a representative from the Pūrau Residents Association.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Thank you. And can I just have through you, just a follow-up question? Oh God, where's the question now? So the triennial plan, is that once it's approved by the community board, how does can that be edited over the 3 years or?
Yes, the triennial plan is a malleable document.
Lovely.
Okay, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
Okay, so
people can consult away on it and
any other questions before we ask for a mover and a seconder on all of those recommendations?
I'm going to just an amendment, whatever Liz said.
Okay, with the amendment. Can we read that
Sorry.
again, please, Liz?
We could make it,
this is point 3.
yeah, we wanted to add it to point 3. We're going to endorse the Diamond Harbour Reserve Schedule and encourage the Reserve Committee to seek a representation from the Pūrau Residents Association.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Well, I mean, it's a number 5. It's a separate thing.
Yeah.
And we recommend to the Reserve Committee to ensure that the Pūrau residents are adequately represented.
That's completely different.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a different place.
Oh, it's a number 5. So it's the community board. What did I say?
Community board encourages
the whoever say encourages the reserves committee to
Ensure, is it? Ensure?
To ensure the Puro president, yeah, to seek representation from Puro residents.
Seek representation from Puro residents.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Right, with that as noted as number 5. Any other discussion quickly? No, because we're running out of time. I have a mover for that, please. Asa, seconder. Nigel, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, team. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
All right. Labons Bay Reserve Committee, Training Plan and Reserve. Linda stays there. Thank you. And Hannah stays there. And we've got Joe coming on up. Thank you, Joe, for your And then you can, if you go down there and sit there, you can pass it to the rest of them. I didn't bring you with one. That's fine, we can share.
I've totally read it, yep.
Right. Okay. So by way of introduction, I would like to welcome Jane Rowley, Chairperson of Labons Bay Reserve Committee, to the table. And Hannah, we will obviously, Joe and Hannah will be presenting to the board the triennial plan for the Labons Bay Reserve Committee, which identifies the committee's priorities and comes to the board for your acceptance and support. They will also talk about the reserve schedule, which outlines the land, facilities and assets that they co-manage, and this comes for your endorsement.
Right, just one thing on the schedule, which I noticed belatedly, and I'm not sure, but the schedule does say that they will be spraying the lichen on the tennis courts and the cricket pitch annually, and I rather think it probably has to be twice a year, in the spring and autumn, because the lichen growth on the tennis court threatens the lift of the car seat.
Well, I think we can change. I mean, that can be changed, right? Yeah, it's on a triennial plan and it's malleable, so that can be updated.
Really good. Yeah. Right, well, I was asked to discuss our aims and goals at this meeting, and so I realise that you've got a very busy schedule. So whilst I've got a 2-page presentation here, I'm just going to say in summary, the Labons Bay RMC is committed to preserving the hall as a community asset. We are seeking the community's board support on 2 key issues. One is securing a solar panel front. The hall is a crucial emergency hub for the community. We believe it qualifies for government funding for solar panels and backup batteries, but this needs the board's assistance to apply. The fund I'm referring to, which you'll see if you look down on point 2, is an MBIE Community Renewable Energy Fund, which is more information is available shortly on the eligibility criterion. However, given our remoteness, the previous history of storms, floods, isolation, we do qualify on any number of counts, and so it really is just up to the council to jump on in this one. We did attempt to get Peninsula WENX funding through the electric authority. However, that funding seems to have been pulled in recent times. So this isn't available for local communities to seek. It is only for local authorities and government departments. So it's perfect. Now, the other issues, basically, I'd just like to point out with all the movement there has been towards getting RMCs into being charitable trusts or incorporated societies. Now, this issue first came about because the community board wanted more powers, and up until then, 100 years of either domain boards or reserve boards had continued, had run their own finances and had managed their reserves. Once the community board and the council were looking into removing the RMCs from being subcommittees of councils, the problem arose
from a legal opinion that said that as subcommittees of councils, the RMCs, of community boards, the community boards are unincorporated bodies that cannot acquire, hold, or dispose of property. And therefore, the RMCs could. But if they were a subcommittee of council, they still could. So we've gone through this whole performance, and I have asked to see the legal opinions, two of which incidentally I have seen before because I requested them through a local government request, to make sure that the option of do nothing has been observed and weighed and balanced, as is required under the Local Government Act from 77 to Section 82. So we would really be interested in that, because after 100 years, we would like to write in our minute book why we got to where we are today. So anyway, if that doesn't work, we're not really interested in having to become, a committee that would be faced with potential financial and administrative burdens. So we've put forward an alternative option here for your consideration, which we think will suit the needs of both the City Council and small and under-resourced RMCs like ourselves. So it's just we want a plain, simple lease, because at the moment it's on the lease. Nobody on our board will be prepared to sign it in an independent manner. And so as a collective board, as it stands, we're not going there. So the lease has to change. We've sought what can be changed, and that information is coming back to us. So we're starting from the bottom up. We're saying we won't form a charitable trust until we know we can at least get a lease which we could live with, because what's the point of becoming a charitable trust if ultimately a lease that we can't live with is put upon us? So we're working from the bottom up, and staff have been working from the top down. And that's why we've got the likes of Pam Richardson coming to you this morning, asking for a memorandum of understanding instead of a complex lease. And this issue isn't just being looked at on this side of the hill. You know, there are people in Allendale, for example, that have looked at the lease and said, no, we wouldn't touch it. So the more places that get pushed into it, the more there will be people raising the same issues. Keep it simple.
Yeah. And we are hearing that. We're hearing that investigating what an MOU would look like, and it's going to be fit for purpose.
Yeah, well, I think that probably what the problem is going to be with an MOU, because if you have to have a lease, the MOU, which isn't legally binding, is out the door. So you can play with an MOU, but if the council staff believe that in order for the local residents to take bookings and manage their own halls, it requires a lease, the MOU just extends a bit of time for paper shuffling, but achieves nothing.
Right.
So the question is, how much of the lease can be changed? And we've asked for that to be highlighted. And whether or not, instead of having to come begging to council for fundamental things, going through the strengthening communities application form and then going back for the accountability, we're talking about cleaning the spouting, paying for the water filtration plant, certificates of compliance, not that we've ever had one, but those are the things that are in the lease. And we can't see why it can't just have a code so that if it's paid by the board, it can be reimbursed. They're non-figures.
Right, yeah. Thank you, Jo. So just a little guidance around the training plan reserve schedule. So you asked us, said something about do nothing?
Oh, that's not in regards to the training plan.
No.
Okay, right.
This is, well, because I was asked to identify our aims and goals at this meeting. So these are they.
Yeah, understood. I just wanted to clarify. And I think I remember seeing the facilities audit, the solar panels are under there with this facilities audit.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay, because that's a separate. You're wanting us to support you with MBE to.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll work with staff to follow that up and
Well,
when it
once
comes back to us.
you identify staff, no, I think it's up to you now. I've got the history of the power outages over the last couple of years, and we've got a quote. So that I can happily provide that to the relevant staff person, but beyond that, there isn't really anything that I feel that the reserve board can do.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to ask, Jade, so you're working with her?
Dane will
Dane will be
now, but
Dane.
I probably more than knowledge of the history.
Yeah. Right, so that's good.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's going to go.
Yeah, so we've been working through the issues that Joe raised. We've been talking through and working through them for quite some time now, and doing a lot of investigating to try and answer the questions and try to come to an agreement with the Reserve Committee to move things forward, and Dane will continue.
All right. All right. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just really aware of the time, unfortunately. So I don't. Any burning questions for the staff?
Just want to, Mr. Chris, you
go. You started.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Thanks, Joe, for coming. These communities and the way they are managing these assets, basically those reserve committees are an asset for the council. They are doing council job for the council voluntarily, not getting paid. And what they are asking through these processes, my understanding is that you want that simplified so that it makes your job easy.
That's it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Just quickly trying to have a question.
So noting that there is a process that's going, that Reserve Committee is going through with council staff, with and Jane, and if we approve this, I mean, this is we're approving this or not is independent of that, right? And so it's just that continues on. We could choose, and a question for staff, we could choose to note the Le Bons Bay Reserves Committee's desire to keep to play a key role in the future of this important community asset, something like that. Yeah, but is that right? We can say whatever we like, right? Resolution to make.
We're just trying to hear what Joe had to say, and then just to add that in there. But okay.
Yeah. In which case, I'd like to propose an amendment just to add to the resolution that we note Joe's presentation and acknowledge the community board's desire to see that hall remain like a valuable community asset, and to have more than just a formal lease and any future possible potential arrangements. Sorry, it's something other than have an appropriate lease.
You can put the title actually based on their entity.
Something other than a formal lease. Something other than a formal lease.
Yep. So around this document that Joe shared, have you shared this with staff? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right. That sounds good. So
if you don't have a formal lease, then you don't have a lease.
No.
Okay, so what I've got is community board's note, the community board's desire for the hall to remain as a valuable community asset and to have something other than a formal lease to enable community management of the facility.
Okay.
Is that?
I think that sounds
Is that what you wanted to put forward?
Okay.
So can we have this is for all of the recommendations for Le Bon's Bay Reserve Committee, including the addition there. Can I have a mover for that, please? And a seconder. Rowan, all those in favour? Against? That's carried, thank you. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you, Hannah. Right, let's do Reserve Committee meeting minutes.
I'm just noting.
Linda again.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So today we have the minutes for 5 reserve committees, and of particular note are the additional resolutions reflecting that a Tāhua Reserve Committee has met the special condition that was imposed under the new terms of reference by handing management of the Kaituna Hall to Council. On the board's acceptance of the resolutions in this report, the committee will close their bank account and remaining funds will be held by council for use on projects within the Tāhua domain in collaboration between staff and the reserve committee. The decision for council management of the hall was not an easy one for the Tāhua Reserve Committee, and we would like to acknowledge members, both past and present, of the committee who have managed and cared so well for the Kaituna Hall and the reserve for decades.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that I've worked with the committee during this decision-making process. It was a really difficult, really emotional. It's a huge loss for their community. They don't feel they have the capacity to form a legal entity, and so have made this decision. But it's not an easy decision. And it's a huge history of that hall and the many roles it's played in the community. Someone was going to come from the committee to talk today, but they haven't been able to come, so I just wanted to say that on their behalf.
Thank you.
I totally agree. They've done amazing work here, and I wonder if we could request like a formal letter of appreciation from the community board. And I'm happy to
What a good idea.
work with staff meetings on that for many years. That's the least we can do to acknowledge that, I think. Okay, great. Any other questions for staff in regards to the reserve committee meeting minutes? Oh, we're good. Right, I'll move that. Have a seconder, please. Asaf second. I don't think we need a debate. No, okay, all those in favour? Against? It's carried. Thank you. Don't want a break?
Well, we're running out of time.
Let me just take advice from staff.
Your staff need to have lunch.
You won't make it, then we'll.
Yeah.
Who's got to be somewhere later?
I have to be in Accra by 3.
Yeah, but I mean, the reality is the staff by law.
No, I know, I'm just, for me, we will have a break, but I just need to know where everybody sits. So, so you wouldn't have been able to complete the meeting anyway, is that what you're saying? Because it was Stuart to finish at 3:10, okay. Anybody else, how we going? Okay, that's good advice. Are we happy to do that?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. So, let me just find the page up here. Sorry, I know it's going. Felix and Toby, come on up, and Akaroa Golf Club. Thank you for your patience. Oh, it's deputation. Oh, Ken, sorry, because we're skipping around, I missed it.
Thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Christchurch City staff members that I've been working with over the last 6 years. We've had 3 major projects, one the devotional wastewater, possibility of irrigating the Akaroa Golf Course. We've got another one on remediation of the stream to stop flooding over the golf course, and of course this the leading up to the lease document. So look, I appreciate the very detailed work that goes behind these things that the City Council staff undertake, and I just wish to thank them for that process. In particular, I want to thank Felix Dawson, who's the leasing consultant manager for Christchurch City Council. I want to thank him for his very professional work and for his understanding of the need for a win-win situation for both parties. It's been a real pleasure to work with Felix. And I just finally want to say that by the efforts of Akara Golf Club members. The reserve land that's in question today started off as bare land and now it's become a very beautiful golf course. I don't think there's been any financial contribution from council in the 40 years that this has been in operation. It's a real asset to the whole community, and it's a beautiful place. And I must emphasise that any ongoing work in the next 33 years that we may do is always for the improvement of the golf course and the total landscape. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Yes, thanks.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Wonderful place. Any questions or comments for Ken? Kathy.
Hi, thank you. Just a wee comment. It's great you're doing the native planting. You have a great relationship with council and getting stuff done. Just a comment on the streams and things, and just how we know environmentally golf courses can be, have a huge impact on the environment. Are you kind of thinking more broadly on your impacts, environmental impact, and what we can do better?
Sorry. Yes, we're very conscious of that. So is the council staff, and in the lease documents, we've got very clear guidelines which both parties are going to interact on any work that might be done. So we do hear about environmental issues, but like they're pretty minimal if done under proper conditions and skilled people applying that. And I suppose the only really ones is the way at times we have to spray the fairways, but in terms of the streams, we're very conscious that they are running through our golf course. They're part of the golf course. They're a beautiful asset to have for the golf course, frankly. And so is the surrounding native bush and the bird life that we have. We appreciate that.
Nigel.
Just a comment. Asif and I were invited to tour the golf course. I didn't realise how long ago since I played there, but it's a fantastic job you've done there. It's improved immensely in those last 20, 30 years. And I love the way you're planting all the native and trying to get rid of those horrible imports. So it's really attracting bird life back. I think we have over nearly 300 members. It's a very substantial facility on the village. Thank you.
Yeah. Including 30 boys, junior boy members.
Oh, wow.
No girls. Lydia Co might change that.
That's great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. And we've just got Felix coming up with Toby now to do the proposed agreement to lease. Come on up.
So no, Toby.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask, is he online? But no, okay, no Toby today.
I feel I should thank Ken for his comments and point out that he came into this about 18 months ago. It was a pretty fractious kind of environment that he took on, and some of us might have questioned his judgment at that point, but he's managed to get everyone on board, really. So the same appreciation that he gave to me, I give to him. So anyway, we've got there in terms of this, ongoing conversations, negotiations for where we've got to with an agreement to lease.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to run through it in any way?
Just anything of particular note for us. I mean, we need to take it as read as well, but anything that you want to comment on.
Well, the key points is that it's an agreement to lease, which the lease, we've worked through the fundamentals of the lease almost completely, but we've left the agreement leaves it with some flexibility until the resource consent is received for the discharge, the disposal next door.
That's great.
So that's the point of the agreement.
Sweet.
And the other key element is the plan to replace the old exotics, the pines, with new natives, and with the sort of development of the course generally over time. You know, so that work will work in conjunction with the drainage work that will be done once the resource consent's received. So it just gives a general approval to take out those trees without coming back each time.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the key elements of it.
Great. Any comments or questions from elected members?
Take those points out.
Yeah.
That's good.
I just have a wee question around number 5, what's the delegated authority to manage a property consultancy to conclude negotiations? In this terms, so that's different than what's being done now. Is it just formalising that relationship?
Yeah, that's just that's the standard recommendation that we get to complete, to sign. You know, there might be a few bits and pieces, a few word changes if they come up or something, but it's just normal.
Right. Okay.
You know, we get the authority to get the seal on that.
All right.
Thank you. Thank Felix. Just on the in terms of the school, like, is there any feedback from the school just around this process in general, or just in future resource consenting arrangements and that sort of stuff?
It's a good point. We haven't had any feedback, and perhaps in retrospect, could have directly approached them to ensure that there was no feedback. But given that they're a direct neighbour,
and
I would have assumed though that given that no news is good news, it's an opportunity.
It's something that's going to come up.
There was a process.
Yeah, there are students from the school. They use golf course frequently.
Right.
Yeah, they are members. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's very tactically designed so that the balls aren't flying towards the school. Well, it's been very, very well designed to.
Yeah, they have moved. There was one course. The line was a bit close to the house, so they have removed the tree and they have done.
That's a point that I could have raised. The other point where they've changed the line of the thing.
So
I'm just thinking in terms of any future things that might be happening around there that the school might need to have a chat about. But that's all. Just raising that.
Well, in terms of what's actually happening, I mean, the golf continues to be played there.
Yep.
The balls aren't aimed in the direction of the school. There will be some removal of trees on the course. I don't think any of those things would change, none of those things are really changing the impact in terms of the school. So I think we can be reasonably confident that the school's okay about it.
That's good. Thank you.
Very good.
Yes. I was just getting some advice on something. That is good. So who would like to move that? Nigel and Asif. And all those in favour?
Right.
Against? That is carried.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time. Thanks so much. Now I just need to. Oh no, not after you yet. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
We'll just work through these ones that require staff and then break before strengthening communities.
I'm happy to
Can we manage that?
what you guys want. All right. Okay, so Thomas, and we don't have Toby, so that's fine. Devotional wastewater project tree removal request. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As that I'm just following on with Ken and Felix. Thanks to Ken and Felix, they have been really integrated of working together and actually achieving where we are at the moment with the golf club. As we said, the report is mainly about tree removal on the forest block that has been identified on forest specialists that those trees are behind and to an age where there's a health and safety risk, and there are eucalyptus trees and pines and that kind of stuff, and that have been identified if in the future they have to be removed regardless if you're irrigating or not. That has to be done. I mean, that is what we are seeking is really is approval to proceed removing those trees, exotic trees, and replanting with natives over the coming years. The aim is really we will remove those trees if we are certain we have enough native trees to be planted, ensure that we're not leaving a bare land for a long period of time. And that is, really in a nutshell what we're trying to achieve.
And from the report, it seems like that those trees need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, Nigel's moving, and seconder.
Oh, second, yeah.
Ashton for seconding, all those in favour? Yes, that's carried, thank you. Take executive reserve, lease of Red House property, Kathy.
Well, we're just having trouble getting Kathy technically available.
Oh.
I think Angus is intending to speak for Kathy. She'll be around.
Is he out in the lounge? Yeah. Would you, thanks Felix.
Maybe that's 5 minutes break. Maybe that's break.
Yeah, let's see one on.
I'm going to break the Lindsay's.
Yeah, we'll see. If Angus is not here, maybe we'll have a break. Yeah.
Is it possible to go to the morning's excitement you forgot?
But yeah, so much excitement. Thank you for checking, appreciate it. Okay, I think we'll call break now. We'll have a half an hour break, that's what stuff, I mean, that's what we all need, but in particular, just combine things. Yes, good, okay. So back here at 2:40.
I'll just be trying because she's just trying to go We're having a half an hour break anyway. Yeah, that's right. Tell her to stop logging on.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks all.
Still's not blue.
Welcome back. We're assuming that the microphone is working, and we've got Kathy online coming to talk to us about Pātaka Reserve. With a shake of the head or whatever, let us know that you can hear us. Yes, wonderful. So the floor is yours, Kathy.
We're getting an echo back.
Okay. Does anyone got their laptop?
Can you hold on here?
Kathy, you need to close your live stream. Because it's
Yep. Done. Okay, thank you.
Good problem solving.
Can you? Yep, thanks. I've got nothing further to add to the report. Our current tenant's a good fit at the property, and he works well with the parks team in maintaining the land. This is just a 2-year, I guess, stopgap measure while parks can continue their planning for the site and what they're going to do. So we'd like to continue having the current tenant there and looking after the property for us.
Fantastic. That sounds very straightforward. Do we have any questions from elected members?
Nigel Harrison, correct. We have discussed this at the co-governance meeting. I think they only paid about $350, but they're supposed to do some gardening up to about 10 hours a week. Is that still clear?
It's part of the agreement. They do get a reduced rent. It's because the parks team don't have the budget for the resources to do that gardening. So it's acknowledged in their lease that their rent is on the lower end of the market and they get that discount. If they weren't responsible for any of that garden and maintenance and upkeep, it would be rented at the full commercial rental, the full residential rental. But it's because the parks team are using those resources and having them maintain and caretake the property that they're given a reduced rental.
So that reduced rental, has it changed from 3 years ago? I guess.
No, it's the same. The market's dropped a bit with the residential rents, and costs of labor and material and fuel and all those sorts of things have gone up. So the rent is staying at the same current level. And I think you find that they're putting in more than 10 hours, and they're working with the council just to make sure that everything's in good order, and they provide us a regular report on any maintenance or any issues that they've got that the parks team can respond to.
Happy to move.
Yeah, as long as there's no other questions and comments. Yep. Okay, we've got Nigel mover, Kathy seconder. All those in favour? Sorry, all those in favour? Great, again. It is carried. Thank you. We've gone.
Great.
It was
Thank you.
We've gone down. But thank you for your time, Kathy.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. So we've got strengthening community fund applications. Oh, Dave, I saw him just walk past.
Everybody.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, what page is that on?
Strengthening communities is on page 215.
Thank you.
Jump back in.
215. Yep.
Yeah.
Still about 8 o'clock today, isn't it? With my timing. Thanks for coming back in.
Everybody's way.
Right, Adrian, is Dave coming or?
He is still on. But carry on.
Stevie's online.
Dan was going to present, but in his absence, to say hello, everybody. And you all have the matrices in front of you. Assuming everybody's read everything. Any questions, or are people happy to move staff recommendations?
We thought we might see if there are any exceptions or adjustments. Yeah, that we thought we might start with that as we have done in the past.
Okay, so exceptions or adjustments.
And make a wee list of those, or staff can highlight them through there.
Okay, so how do we do that? We'll go through and
the top ones,
one by one.
Yeah.
We talk about how happy we are with the priority.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't see any concern on priority 1, 2.
Starting with Little River Water Community Trust, line 12, because the others are all multi-year, they've already pre-approved.
Oh, yes, no, I have to stand back for this one. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lynn, Nigel, you need to. Are there any issues around the Little River Water Community Trust? Questions, clarifications? No. Whakaaro Community Arts Council? No. Diamond Harbour events, you can carry on running through them if you want.
Oh, yes, sorry, where are we up to? Hi, Dane.
Hi.
Welcome to the table. We're just running through them and seeing thoughts, feelings, exceptions, and adjustments. Thank you. So we're up to Diamond Harbour Events Incorporated.
Dane, you might just have to move
Slightly to the right. Diamond Harbour Youth and Community Trust. Project Littleton Incorporated. Great. Smith Street Community Farm Trust. Now if I'm going too fast. Te Puna Ahua Littleton Trust Board. Auha. Is that how you say it? Auha. Thank you.
Sorry, have we given them money before?
Have we given these guys money before?
Yeah.
No, we haven't. No, they've had money from Council Sustainability Fund, but not from us.
So they requested 23,400, staff recommendation of 8,000 for the year. Can't remember off the top of my head.
For wages for a coordinator.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
But in Tapiri or so it's a good flat, yeah. Littleton Information and Resource Centre Trust. The Littleton Recreation Centre Trust.
Can I just note potential conflict of interest because my mother's a trustee?
Sure.
So for the sake of clarity, I'm just going to say I'm not going to vote on that one because my mother's a trustee.
Yes, yes, and I'm the same with the Wairua Trust. Yeah. So this is where we're going down. This is a different priority. Priority number 3 for Whakaaro Heritage Festival Society. I understand that. Does everybody else understand that thinking?
I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. Government Bay Jetty Restoration Trust. Do we understand the decision around that? Questions? Good. Okay. Te Tapu Wai o Rākaihautū Trust. Anyway, so that's priority 4. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Declined because it's either not eligible or other funding is not suitable.
Yeah. Okay, and then we're back into priority 2s, which is Cascade Residents Association. Community Watch City to Sumner Incorporated. Devotional Agriculture and Pastoral Association.
Yeah, that's a big whack, isn't it?
You mean 750 is not enough? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's all three.
Are you being facetious?
No, right. I mean, 750 gets a request of 343.
So, okay, do you want some clarification around the amount?
Why that judgment?
Yep.
Or why is it so small compared to what it was before?
Correct.
Sticky. Respond to that one.
Did you hear the question, Stevie?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The Agriculture and Pastoral Show and Devotionals requested 4,375. And the staff recommendation 750. I thought there might be some homework around that. Yes, Steph.
Yeah, sure. So we thought it might be best to sponsor a line item. We don't typically, the board does not typically fund agricultural and pastoral shows. This one is more community based than, say, commercially based. So a contribution, but a small one was suggested.
Is that in line with past years, Steph?
They haven't had funding before.
They never have, okay.
Well, usually they're self-funding, so it's kind of unusual.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Governors Made Community Association. Little River Support Group. Oh, I've missed one. Governors Bay Community. Did I say that already?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, Akuti Valley Recreation and Sports Club. Can we? We can move it up because it's at the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Naval Point Club Littleton Incorporated. Okay. The other Pātaka Mount Herbert Community Garden Group. Now that's a 3, so staff recommendation for that. Are you happy with that? Okay. The Friends of Akaroa Museum.
I just wonder why that's there. Is that historic? That was there, that line item, or?
You're talking about the Akaroa Museum?
Yeah, the Friends of in our Turkey.
So it's a priority 4, so it's not. They haven't got a request there.
Oh, is that
no,
what
that's
it
right.
say?
That's
It's
right.
because it's a fundraising event, I think you'll find. That it's a
Right.
fundraising event.
Yeah, it raises about 35,000. They don't need any help.
Right, that's right. That's why it's declined. That's why it's ineligible, because we don't fund fundraising.
Gotcha. Right, what this tells me is that staff, sorry.
I just have a general question, noting the correspondence from the Cass Bay Residents Association that we received over the weekend. Just any comment on what's happened there?
Is that the discretionary response fund application that they've put in?
Oh, sorry, was that for, oh, sorry.
Yeah, we only received it in July, so it will come to your next meeting.
Sorry, yep, sorry. Yep.
That would be a good call if that was right. Okay.
Thank you.
So, I didn't say anything. So, any other questions or comments from the staff in regards to the Strengthening Communities Fund applications?
They've done a great job.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
I might actually do a move in a second or see if there's any debate. Just to cover that. So, I'm happy to second it. Nigel's moving it. I'm seconding it. And just in debate, just I'd say this obviously tells me that staff have been working very closely and very and understanding what the needs are and where things can work. And I really appreciate all the team work that has gone into this for that to be the case, so that we can just run through it. And it's like, great. So thank you. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
We haven't voted it yet.
No, because you want to abstain from the Little River Trust one, and you want to abstain from the Littleton Rec Centre.
Yes, just noting those.
Just need. But you don't need.
And I'm staying for the Fence Festival.
Well,
yeah, that just leaves you.
Sorry.
But we're still voting on
those
those.
items. You should probably note your conflict.
I'll deal with the Cass Bay.
Yep. Okay.
So
Are you noting your conflict, Kathy?
Yes, I will then. Yeah, in that case.
Yeah. On which ones?
Cass Bay
Residents.
Okay, anybody else before we vote? All right. All those in favour?
Right.
All those against? And carried. Thank you very much, team. Fantastic work.
Brilliant.
All right, so Dave, you're still up there because we're talking.
I need to go anywhere.
You don't need to go anywhere. No, discretionary response fund or projects. Here we go.
Yeah, so we've got 2 board projects, some with your neighbours and the Anzac Wreaths. Not too much to say there. Happy to take any questions. 3,500, 500, so yeah.
And noting the delegation, for the staff, asking for staff delegation for the first time, recommendation number 5.
Makes sense to everybody? What page are we on here? So after this one.
243.
Thank you. What did it used to be? Not delegation.
It means that it would come to the board, and you're making decisions on like $50, a whole bunch of them, and it's just the whole administration.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not necessary.
Not faster.
Yeah, we'll report back where your money goes onto those events, but really, yeah, it's not necessary. Yeah. Okay.
So we're looking at item 17 though right now, are we? Yes.
16.
Oh, 16, sorry. Excuse me.
Right, just let everybody catch up. So Summer with your neighbours.
Oh, yeah.
And Anzac Day, reads.
No brainer, I'll get that.
Okay, Tyrone's moving it. Second it, please. Gillian, all those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Right along. Discretion. Okay, keeping it up there. Moving right along. Discretionary response fund applications Diamond Harbour and surrounds Cat Rescue Group. Yes.
Any questions? This is a
I haven't
the first.
Yeah,
Have
this is
you
the
used an application for this group before?
So, yeah, question. So just in terms of the 500, do we have a sort of and I'm not asking you, Andrew, to be an expert on the stuff, cat business, but what would the $500 get them?
Well, I've suggested in the staff recommendation that you tag that as being for desexing, so that it used to be around $60 to do that. It's probably about $100 maybe now. So with the way things are going up.
Females 160.
Is it?
It's 110.
Oh,
wow. That should definitely
at the SPCA.
But they probably get a discount.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So take for that.
That's just my suggestion, but I thought that would be a way of making a significant contribution to controlling feral cats in the future.
I'm seeing nods, and I like it.
I mean, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that, they're actively quite, trying to do this stuff, and it does have ultimately like a flow-on impact for pest-free kind of stuff, and a sort of an indirect sort of a way. I'm just wondering if we could, and and just hearing the extra costs, we could just bump it up a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've only got a limited amount of money to spend. So
evidence that's doing this impacts on feral cats?
Well, there's always you don't get as many kittens, like you say, in active and feral, so it's kind of stopping this cycle.
No, but there's people that don't bother to have their cats fixed and then release their kittens up in the hills. So,
okay, I've got an alternative.
Put it out there.
Perhaps we could invite the group to
give us some
feedback about that, and so that for consideration for future funding application.
I'm just a little concerned. Like, it's nice to support them. I'm just wondering how much we want to encourage. I don't know. Is it setting up a precedent? Basically, what I'm wondering.
Precedent for
pest control. Animal rescue. I mean, I love animal rescues. Because there is that tenuous, the connection into pest free. I guess the criteria, does that fall under the criteria that we use because of that?
That's how I've managed to
make it work.
Make it fit by looking at how it fits with your board plan and with the sort of broader strengthening. It's not a clear strengthening communities fund application.
That's what I was wondering.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, so does that, I think 500, unless anybody really wants to push that?
No.
Okay.
But I mean, it'd be great to hear from,
It'd be nice to know if there was some sites around that.
I'll let the staff know that Nigel and Tyrone will be over to visit sometime.
For the groups, they did apply to strengthening communities, and I actually said to them straight away, this is not going to fit the criteria. Would you be happy to move it over to discretionary, which does give the board more of a
discretion,
more discretion over how to use it. So
yes,
I think they'd just be grateful for any contribution to help support their work.
Okay, and yes, we're obviously very open to hearing about what they're doing, and I mean, I am aware anecdotally of the work going on. So yeah.
Good. I think that's a lovely way to support them. So great. Oh, we need to do some voting. Okay, so you want to move that, Tara?
Sure.
Seconder, Nigel, all those in favour?
Right.
Against? It is carried. Thank you. Youth Development Fund. Heather, come on up. This is a very pleasant report. No pressure. We're pretty friendly. Yeah. I remember when it was my first.
Cool. Yeah, so we just want to build some more resilience around the Youth Development Fund process by adding a third board member onto the delegations list. We've seen recently a few come through that don't actually have that much time before their competition. So if that one of the two board members on delegations list are away from their emails or on holiday or whatever, obviously has a direct impact on their youth funding application and efforts.
Makes complete sense.
I'm one of those.
You still only need two.
That's right, two of them. Yeah, you need
yeah. Reserve bench.
Yes.
Could I then ask the question, why wouldn't you just say any two members of the community board?
That's too complicated. Okay, so that's a good well. Staff want to answer that?
Or would that just be a bit?
We need a minimum of 4 approvals from communities.
So I think, it'll still go through the normal process, but it's that final.
It potentially might help with confusion, because then other people will be assuming that someone else will reply, but if you've got 3 people,
that's
so that maybe is a suggestion.
Yeah. I thought it was a stupid question of mine, so we'll just
no,
it's a basket of stupid questions.
So we were just lucky. Yes, okay. Any other questions and comments before we the delegation? Okay, I'd like to move that.
Who have we got to be the third person?
Oh, right. Thank you. Who would like to put their hand up to be the third person?
I mean, I'm happy to be that person because I'm probably more likely to be looking at emails.
Yeah. Great, thank you, Tyrone.
You can always text you and go, hey, there's an email.
Yeah. So happy to do that.
Awesome. Okay. So I'm still happy to move that. Who are the other people? Me and Noah. Okay. So did I see a seconder? Nigel? All those in favour?
Right.
Against? It's carried. Awesome. Thanks, Tyrone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job.
Well done.
See you again. And we're doing it again. Right, so what are we doing? The area report. Thank you. How's your day coming?
Yeah, it's going really well at 3:04 p.m. Look, I went for a long procedure. It's really longer than necessary. Some really good information in there. And just happy to take any questions or move on to
Okay.
I have a question. So the Life in Akaroa thing, I mean, I love that. I'm just keen to sort of understand like what the timeline looks like on it.
Yeah, Steffi can respond to that one. Did you hear that, Steffi?
Yes, so the original timeframe was a lot tighter, but due to illness, I've had to stretch it out a bit longer. So I'm looking at an early next year to present to the board.
Fantastic. That's all good. Brilliant. Thank you.
Lots of interviews and conversations going on.
I just think it's such a great project.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Awesome. Any other questions bubbling to the top for everybody? It's good work and fantastic to read through. Okay. Yes, ask away, Tyrone. You don't need to sing as the chair.
I'm just looking at. Oh, sorry. So the.
No, you'll be fairly quick today.
Oh, sorry. Just on 3.3.2. Akaroa treaty of the basewater. So was that was for that 9th of August thing? Was that for the public submissions?
Can you say yes?
Yeah. Yeah, on the resource consent.
Yes,
That's closed now. Okay, cool.
it's been jointly notified by.
Can and
NCC.
no good as gold. Lovely.
That's the dream. It does, doesn't it? Okay, so last chance before.
Just on the 3.4.1, New Zealand post closure of Akaroa agency. Is there? Do we?
No.
Thank you.
I'm too scared to go out of my door. I keep telling them there's nothing to do with it.
Will the community board, I guess the question is, will the community board be notified when there's any?
Well, it's been 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We will be updated.
So where can I buy a stamp?
Okay, so I'm really keen to support this area report, so let's get a mover for that, please. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Seconder, Kathy, all those in favour?
All right.
Against? Thanks, team. Well done. Okay.
I'm cheering right there.
Now, gather ourselves so that we can bring up information that we have at hand about our elected members' information exchange. How about I start? Yes. Let's gather myself. Hold on. Okay, I guess, well, this month we've got the, with my chair hat on, not elected members of areas, isn't it? But anyway, with my chair hat on, LGNZ, so that's coming up, so we need to coordinate heaps for that, and if we need to coordinate transport, if need be. And I guess, yeah, annual planning process beginning very soon. So that's exciting. Get into that. What's been happening right away? Okay. Little River Big Ideas. They've got the information back, and that will be shared with everybody. So it was great help and assistance from our council staff. I'm really, really happy with how it's been presented, how it looks. And then the trust will be having its AGM in September, start of September. And a bit of moving around of positions and people on those. Yeah, fantastic projects on the go. That is me. Go. I could talk some more if you like. Tell you a joke or a lyric.
There's not a lot going on. It's standard wastewater concerns going on, and the wharf office could see the wharf project underway with the jetty being started soon. The French Festival being underwritten by the council, a bit of a breakthrough. 100,000 sounds a lot, but we do have other pools of streams of money that have disappeared. So it's still a lot of money to find, but we've been very brave, and it's good to have that some sort of assurance or to take away some of the stress around that money.
And what's the purpose of that money?
For running of the French Festival. It's over $300,000 to get the program where we want it to be. We have some money in the bank from last time, and we do have other funding streams that we'll click into. So that's a big plus, a bit of a change. And a big thank you going forward for that. But outside of that, the town's going through a bit of a quiet spot. There's been some up and down days, and there's still tourists coming into town, but not a lot of money being spent, and a bit of pressure on some of the businesses at the moment.
Should we go around this way?
Just thinking since our last meeting. So
I think we had mentioned the Littleton Fest last time, which still went for a while after that, but I'm not sure of the overall success, but lots of people did enjoy lots of it. Kathy and I both went to a Let's meeting, the energy transition people, which had a great presentation by a woman from Orion. Yeah, and lots of enthusiasm. There was quite a lot of enthusiasm for that. Yep. I went on a tour of the port.
Yes, managed to. Oh, you managed to
One
get
of those
in
rare
there.
tickets.
Oh.
Yes, but like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. But they say they're going to do it again. A very good presentation, and yes, and from an environmental advisor there. Yep. There was more planting at Irimo after that, after last meeting, I think, and some mention about it's not changing really, it's people complaining about people travelling too slowly on the motorway and the tunnels. But anyway, I don't know that will go anywhere.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there have been serious accidents on that road. That's been in recent times too. And I hear that Naval Point have got a library up and they've done some whole renovations. Haven't been able to see it, but yeah, seen that. Great, thank you. Katie.
AGM season, lots of AGMs, and I think the theme coming through with those is funding, doing funding applications and all that volunteering, and it's very time consuming, and you're trying to get a lot done with very little funds. 51 Trees Living Memorial Plaque was unveiled at Pony Point, which was very successful. Went to my first Whakaora Healthy Harbour meeting with the new manager, and that was really good meeting. Christchurch Beautiful are doing their cleanup planning again, and them again as an organisation having funding issues and things like that as well. And working closely with the graffiti team and things. So antisocial road users is becoming is not going away, put it that way. Their cars were vandalized between like Corsair Bay, Cass Bay. This is seen on social media as well, but so that kind of came out, and it's really good to see that we've funded a little bit for community patrol to have volunteers get together so they can do catch-ups and talk about, the work that they do, again, volunteering, time-consuming, and just to see that other boards have contributed as well, because they do patrol a very large area, and it's all volunteer run. Project Littleton went to their AGM. They're doing a lot of stuff, but once again, their work depends on funding as well. That is most. I went to the March for Tamariki in the weekend, and it was great. So lots of young people from Littleton walking with the forest youth, the forest and bird youth groups, and lots of people in the community. So they're really standing up for people and environment. So awesome. Just to note that.
That's great. Thanks, Becky.
Cool. Yes. Now, Gillian mentioned the I didn't go to this meeting, the Let's meeting, Littleton Energy Transition Society. I just really want to. It's worth just repeating that. I just really think it's really important work that they're doing. Like so forward thinking in terms of just taking the initiative and thinking about energy transition. It's going to be one of the defining issues of our lives, really. So it's just amazing that the work that they're doing. It's just also low key at the moment, but I'm really keen that we support that work that they're doing. And also, Gillian, you gave me the idea about with the the port visit, and I went with council staff member actually recently, just down into the port, because one of the issues that they've got there is people trespassing, like jumping over and trying to get into the caves that are sort of kind of down there. Oh my god, it's like people taking their lives into their own hands. But
is it dodgy?
Oh my God, it's beyond it. It's really quite terrifying, things that people are willing to do for social media. But I'm just like throwing that out there. It's just there's nothing to do. It's just interesting. It's just one of those ongoing challenges that the port has, and so we're trying to sort of just work with them, like council's trying to work with them to make sure that people can't access those terrifying spaces. Now, just on one of the things that in my time as an elected member, comes up every winter is the route across Dyers Pass, and the safety of that. So there's always a flurry of emails that sort of come into my inbox about the gutters are not clear and there's water running across the road, and that's going to turn it into an ice rink and all that sort of stuff. And just added on to that, another thing that sort of just I get a lot of correspondence about is the roundabout changes at the bottom of Dyers Pass Road in Cashmere. So that's all fine. Like, it's just I suppose the thing that those things have in common is that they're all happening outside our ward, but they impact people living in our ward all the time. So, it's just something that we need to be mindful of. Look, I mean, there's nothing we can do about the roundabout. I personally think that the changes are relatively positive. People disagree with me. It's a healthy debate. But the road itself, in terms of the safety of that and the level of service around that, so it always ends up having to be me that kind of pushes it with staff a little bit. And so I guess it's just something that we just need to be kind of, I don't really want to push it too hard, but it's just important for us to be mindful of those routes of egress from the peninsula to the city, that we look after them, we protect them, we make sure that the levels of services around them are good, and and that our residents feel comfortable and happy with those things. Luckily, all the gutters have recently been cleared and everyone's happy, but it's going to come around again before long. And just one final thing, with Akaroa district promotions, and just that, we've got a destination management plan, fantastic. That sets out a framework that we can, how the peninsula is going to evolve in terms of as a destination. Akaroa still really, I think, this is my personal view, kind of misses out a little bit in terms of that overall sort of, when it comes to Christchurch NZ as that tourism kind of promoter entity, Akaroa's way over there, Christchurch is over there, and I think that again, there's a role for us to advocate for Rākaihautū to make sure that it kind of gets properly considered in the way that Christchurch NZ goes about its business and all that sort of stuff. So, that always come at you to get this, Nigel, too. And, so it's just, again, it's a conversation we've had many, many times before, but it's just worth just sort of keeping that in mind when we're kind of doing our support board submissions to whatever process really, to whether or not it's letters of expectation to Christchurch NZ or the annual plan and that sort of stuff. So
we're either part of Christchurch or we're not.
I mean, it's it's not just Akaroa as well. Of course, it's all of the joys of this end of the peninsula. So
Great.
That's me.
Awesome. Fantastic. Open beer. Yeah, we just need to finish with the kara here. Okay. With gusto.
Kia ki te uru tapurui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nāko, te tinana, te wāhara i te ara takata. Koe rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tina, ue, tai.
Thank you.
Working together in
Well done.
10 minutes late. How
Well
did you do that?
Good, mate. It sprinted the end, it started off like those.
Yeah.
The first three.
Thank you for sticking in there, team.